So I'm basically here to talk to you guys today about our Ferris program. You can pull it up on my phone and just ad lib it if I need to. Let's see. Debug in person. Let's see. Pull it up here just in case we can get it going.
We got it. We're good.
Got it? Okay. So like I said, I'm here to talk about some of the funding that's available under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, also known as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We kind of use those terms interchangeably. This law is huge for public transportation. It represents $108 billion just for public transportation across a five-year period. This is the largest investment in public transportation we've had in our nation's history. It's geared, I don't want to say primarily for, but definitely focused on some of our older legacy transportation systems on the East Coast, some of the, New York and DC and some of those systems and working on fixing up some of them. But we also have some new programs as well. And I'm going to be talking about two of those new programs today, which include the Rural Ferries Program and the Lono Ferries Program, which are brand new programs under the, Next slide. So I like this graph. This just kind of shows how much of an influx of funding we've received under BIL compared to our previous authorization, which was called the FAST Act. Our primary discretionary program, and these are all competitive programs you see on the screen here. These do not include our primary formula funding programs, which are mandatory funds that we give out automatically. These are all programs you can apply for. So our biggest one is the Capital Investment Grant Program. This is a program for primarily new starts, rail systems, new bus rapid transit systems, but you'll see we have 4 brand new programs there in the purple: rail car replacement, all station accessibility, ferry service for rural communities, and electric and low-no emitting ferry. And ferry service for rural communities is now our 3rd highest funded discretionary program that we at FTA offer. Next slide. So we've started calling these 3 programs collectively the joint ferry programs. You might hear us talk about that. What we mean is these 3 specific programs. The first program is the Passenger Ferry Grant Program. This is not a new program. It's been under our 5307 program for some time. This is only for urbanized area ferry systems. So I'm actually not going to talk too much about this program today because there are no census designated urbanized areas. But the brand new programs there are the electric and low emitting ferry pilot program, which is called the Low Ferry Program. And this is a program that is designed specifically for the purchase of low emitting or no emitting ferries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That's the whole purpose and intent of this program. The ferry service for rural community program is a little bit broader and has more eligible projects under it. And this program is only for rural areas. So if you operate out of an urbanized area, as designated by the census, you are not eligible to receive this program. So this is really geared for those rural communities. Next slide, please. So again, who can apply for these funds? Passenger Ferry Program. You have 5307 is our urbanized area program. So only designated or direct recipients of funds, and states and federally tribes which operate in urbanized areas are eligible. Lono is pretty much open to any eligible recipient, including 5311, which is a rural program, 5307, which is an urban program, states and federally recognized. We're all eligible to apply for these funds. Now, the rural ferry program, and that's our third largest discretionary program, is only eligible to state recipients. You need to be a state or a territory that operates rural service in order to apply for that program. Next slide, please. Eligible projects. Okay, so for the low-no ferry program, this is a capital only, and you need to be purchasing a vessel or has to do something with a vessel. And those vessels need to be designed to reduce emissions. And I've got a list of eligible fuels, slide or two later. Basically, it's just capital, and it just is for vessels that reduce emissions or are low emitting. Also eligible are nearshore improvements required to operate those vessels, electric charging equipment, things of that nature. Anything related. The rural ferry program is much broader. Capital, operating, and planning expenses are all eligible under the rural ferry program. The operating does require 50% match, 80% federal match. Next slide. So this is some language that was written directly into the law as far as FTA is required to award certain activities under these programs. For the low-no ferry program, FTA is required to award at least one project or at least one grant over the life of the 5-year program to a ferry service that serves a state with the largest number of marine highway system miles. Does anybody know who that state is? We're also required to fund a bi-state ferry service. I mean, you can read the slide, but there's another requirement for bi-state ferry service as well. The rural ferry program, one of the caveats of that program is that the state operating service has to operate terminals that are 50 miles apart. If you are operating less than 50 miles apart, that project is not eligible for the program. Now, that was the initial law. Congress tweaked that a little under the FY22 appropriation. Congress added $13 million set aside to that for $200 million. And became less stringent and said, okay, as part of that $200 million, or excuse me, as part of that $13 million, if you have a route that is 20 miles, we'll allow you to apply for just this. So it became a little bit less stringent. That's for 2022 and 2023. And some odd statistics Congress has thrown at us here, but we're working through it, and I just wanted you to be aware of it. Okay, next slide. Here's the list of eligible projects, eligible fuels I talked about earlier. It's basically anything that's not diesel or petroleum is an eligible expense or fuel for the local area. Just leave it there for another second or two in case you're taking notes, but yeah. Okay. And this is all posted in this poll. Have access to our notes funding opportunity. Okay, so this is kind of the roadmap for what the BIL of the IIJA set for these 3 programs. And it's from 2022 to 2026. These are our fiscal years. In general, IIJA authorized $30 million for the passenger ferry program. That's the urban ferry. $50 million, approximately $50 million for the low bidding program, and $200 million for the rural community service. Now that is what is authorized under the IIJA. What was actually appropriated by Congress, slightly different. You'll notice those numbers are just a little bit. And that will probably happen for future appropriations here. Just note that those numbers are tweaked slightly based on what Congress actually appropriates for that year. So you can see in 2022 is slightly more. It's $209 million for the rural program. Okay, I'm going to come back to this in a little bit after we've talked about what applications we're actually selecting. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So some big news. I don't know if anybody's heard, but the state of Alaska got a lot of money last week. So the DOT awards $380 million in ferry systems for the whole country. think it was 65 million of which is for the state of Alaska alone. 85.6, sorry, I can't see the tiny text there, but it looked like a 6 to me, so 85.6, yes. And it knew some people round up to 86, 286, semantics, right? So it's a big fat deal. I kind of like that term. And I don't know how many of you were in the, there's a screenshot from the press conference last week with Senator Murkowski and Secretary Buttigieg and the FTA administrator, Nuri Fernandez, is the third person there. So that was I'm really glad that happened last week, because otherwise I wouldn't have a whole lot to talk about today. I'll tell you that. Let's go to the next slide. Here are the 6 awards that were announced last week, all for the state of Alaska, all for the state DOT. 5 of those awards were under the Rural Ferry Program, and 1 award was under the Electric and Low Ferry Program. You can see the state was successful in both. There's a planning grant on there, and there's also a grant for operations as well. That is involved both states, about $45 million. So I can't even see this. There's a big thing, but those are the 6 awards that were announced last week. So 286, if you guys are doing math in your head, you'll notice that's a little bit more than what the 2022 authorized. So if we go to the next slide, we'll talk about that. So because this program was announced after the fiscal year 2023, well, thank you very much. Because these awards were announced after fiscal year 2023 was appropriated, FTA had both 2022 and 2023 at its disposal to award for these programs. So this is the balance of funding that is remaining following last week's award. You notice that FTA funded both and 2023 total amount available for the low-no ferry program. There is still a balance remaining for the rural ferries at 153 million, possibly. Wasn't able to update that figure, so let's take that one with a grain of salt. And the passenger ferry program is also available. So what FTA is going to do is we're going to put out a NOFO, a notice of funding opportunity, for the remaining 2023 money this spring. And I don't want to be more specific than that because there's some politics involved in it, way above my pay. I'm just going to say this spring, FTA is going to be putting out the notice of funding. There will not be any funding available for the low-no ferry program put out in this spring. We will have to wait until Congress appropriates the 2024 money until we can be able to put out that. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. Here's what we received in applications for this round of funding. You'll see that both the passenger ferry, well, all 3 had a huge dollar asked for. But if you recall the amount of funding available, both the low-no ferry program and passenger ferry program were very competitive. $191 million worth of projects were applied for with the low-no ferry program. We were only able to award less than 100 million, and that was combining 2 years. Similar story with the passenger ferry. That program is only funded at $30 million. We received $151 million. These programs are definitely highly sought out. The rural ferry program, we were able to award, I believe, the total amount of what was requested. All 8 applications are brought, and there is a balance remaining. So just to kind of get a sense of the competitiveness of these programs. Next slide. So this is what we were looking at, and I say we collectively. I wasn't part of the group that were doing these applications, but there are 6 criteria that our review team is looking at, and these are posted more in detail in the notice of funding opportunity. So I would direct you there if you want to get more specific. Basically, we're looking for, did the project sponsor have a demonstration of the need for that specific program? was there a demonstration of the benefits of that program? Specifically, if you're coming in for planning projects under the rural ferry, how is this supported and providing additional transportation? The third one is the planning and local regional prioritization. We wanted to see how does your project fit into your local planning efforts. So we had some criteria on that as well. Next slide, please. And these are the other three criteria that were graded in the applications. Local financial commitment, actually review the source and availability of local cost share, project implementation strategy, and technical and legal financial capacity. So you had to, in the application, there's a verification that you have the sufficient legal capacity, that you are a legally authorized entity to receive the funds, and that you have the technical capacity to carry out the requirement. So next slide, please. So those 6 criteria were essentially graded with a highly recommended, recommended, or not recommended criteria. And then at the end, they were combined for an aggregate score for the application, which you'll see on the next slide. For the 2022 proposals, we had 38 projects that were rated at highly recommended, 8 recommended, and only 1 was not recommended for funding. So, and that is kind of the extent of the information I have just yet. We, the regional office, we have not received the actual applications yet to review and talk about eligibility for when we start working with the state and carrying out the grants. Hopefully when we get those, we'll be reaching out to the state and setting meetings for that. So. Yeah, so that's it for me. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Scott talked a little bit, actually a lot bit, about the things I'm going to talk about too. Thankfully, we work for the same agency, different part of US DOT. So I work for the Maritime Administration. We have the same boss up at the top of our organization, Secretary Buttigieg, excuse me, currently. So our grant programs have a lot of similarities, though the purpose and some of the review processes is different. So I'm grateful for a lot of the introductory remarks that have already been made, things like notice of funding opportunity references, NOFOs we call them, which are basically the application instructions if you want to compete in these discretionary grant programs. So just to clarify one step further in case it wasn't clear. Today, what Scott talked about and what I'm talking about are discretionary grant programs which you have to apply to win. No one's coming to you except for in situations like this where we're coming to talk to you about them. You have to apply in order to be eligible. Okay, so next slide, please. I have a bunch and I'm going to skip through very quickly. I'm happy to provide these slides to anyone who's interested. There's a lot of embedded things. Next slide. Get through this next. So the Maritime Administration, for those who aren't familiar, as I mentioned, part of US DOT, along with our colleagues at DOT, we administer marine transportation grant programs, as well as quite a few other things, including, excuse me, the Merchant Marine Academy, which was that photo of the cadet saluting at the front. This is our administrator, retired Admiral Ann Phillips, and we do a lot of different things, but I'm just going to talk about grants today. Next slide. This is how we break up the country by region. So there's 10 of us that's in the role that I have, Gateway Director. So I cover Alaska, Washington, and Oregon. So a couple of things. I'm going to focus up on this first part, the grants today. Our biggest, our flagship, that's my word, grant programs that the Maritime Administration administers are the Port Infrastructure Development Grant Program, PIDP. That's our largest. $2 million in FY23. The United States Marine Highway Program, which you might notice has a slightly different name this year. This program was changed quite significantly under the most recent NDAA, the Authorization Act, that funds this program. So a lot of changes, and I'll talk about a little bit more about it. This is a smaller program this year, only $10 million, down by about half from last year. We have a small shipyard grant program, which is intended for private entities, private shipyards. So the first 2 programs are for public entities as well as tribal organizations. The small shipyard grant, like I said, is specifically intended for private entities. These are some larger DOT grant programs, RAISE, MPDG, which incorporates the infra mega rural project. We also have financing, which is something that a lot of folks might be interested in. This is through DOT's Build America Bureau. We have treasury rate financing available. There are a number of programs that deal with rail, though I know this is not quite so relevant. The TIFIA program, as well as some different versions of that, might be interesting for folks who would like to talk more about that. Happy to make those connections. And then down at the bottom, a bunch of resources that I threw in there. We just heard from FTA, but other agencies are also involved in this game. Of course, the EPA is getting more involved. Lots of other resources. Next slide. Okay, so this is actually an email that I sent out to my whole list. If this doesn't look familiar to you, send me an email, and I would be happy to add you to my list. I send out things of this nature, webinars, anything that comes across my desk that I think you should know. Want them on that. So this is a really short hit list. I know there's so much information coming out all the time, so sometimes less is more, which is the point of this slide. So again, I've now talked about all of these programs. This is some links and some important deadlines for FY23. The highlighted portions are those deadlines. If you miss the deadline, try again next year. There's no flexibility around that, unfortunately. So for the small shipyard grant program, that's coming up this month, 27th February, PIDP, April 28th. So this is the one that I'm gonna really dig in on. I've had lots of conversations with folks. We have people in the room that have applied in previous years, some that have won. If you are planning to apply, I think we've probably already talked, but if you don't know or you think you might be interested, please come and talk to me. I'd be happy to dig in with you and your grants team. Just one more word about the PIDP program. The full notice of funding opportunity has not yet been published. As Scott alluded to, we are government, we have political leadership, and it is forthcoming. So stay tuned on that. The Marine Highway Program also has not yet been released. So that one is anticipated in April, and I might regret putting up that April timeframe simply yet to be determined. The RAISE is also due very shortly here, and the MPDG was just awarded to those efforts we created. Okay, so this is like I've mentioned a few times now, PIDP, our big program through NARAD. So it's $20 billion over through the bipartisan infrastructure law for ports. So we know we're going to have $450 million per year minimum, plus whatever appropriation Congress allocates. And the mission of the program is to improve port and related freight infrastructure to meet the nation's freight transportation needs. So what you'll notice this doesn't say is equally important to point out here. We don't cover cruise infrastructure. We don't primarily, passenger infrastructure is FTA also. 50 also. Folks do apply, if anyone can apply, but these are not funded generally. Specifically, cruise infrastructure. I just want to be really clear about that because we've had a couple of folks who put a lot of time and energy into submitting applications and they've not been selected. So I definitely want time wasted. So it's really mainly do today about the types of projects that do well under this. So more eligible, so that's what we don't do. What we do is loading and unloading of goods at port. We're goods movement. I'll say goods movement. And there's quite a bit of flexibility around planning, around cargo handling equipment, upland infrastructure development, and I'll get more into the types of things that, the nitty-gritty of all that. But if you don't meet sort of these base criteria of what the purpose of the program is, we're sort of already off on a tangent. And so I always want to gear us back towards the focus of the program, goods movement. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are just all the programs that have been awarded under the PIDP program. Next slide, please.
These are the awards that were made under the FY22 program. You'll notice some familiar faces up there. More to come about the second bullet there with the Alaska Marine Highway System. But yeah, so this is FY22. FY23 remains to be seen. Hopefully some folks here in this room, depending on how those applications go. Next slide, please. Okay, I think I've covered everything. Here's one new piece of information, a couple new pieces. So 662 million available total, excuse me, so across the nation. 25% is reserved for small projects and small ports. That would be everyone in South would be up to that small project, small port. The definition of that to qualify basically for that set aside is at 11.25 million. So if you're close to that number, aim below that threshold. So you're competing in the small group rather than against some of the bigger players. For the BCA, the benefit cost analysis is a pretty big section of the application that requires some intensive economic analysis. And for FY23, just like FY22, non-contiguous states are not required to do that portion. So that's a big reduction, hopefully, in workload. There is still an economic vitality requirement that is a part of the application. So the economic vitality instead of the BCA. This is all defined on our website and our notice of funding opportunities, just highlighting some things I think you want to be aware of. Next slide, please. Okay, so I mentioned that the full NOFO has not been released. What is currently available is the short NOFO, and this is a little selection from there. Again, goods movement. Next slide, please. Oh, actually, can you go back one? Thank you. So on the bottom half of this very wordy slide, these are the other things that we look at. I'm going to switch now to a little bit of insight into what happens when you submit an application to MARAD. There's a review team. Like Scott mentioned, I'm not part of that intentionally. I'm on the public-facing side of this process. There's a couple things that happen behind the scenes, many more than a couple, many things that go into reviewing and scoring these applications. The first step, tier 1, for those who participated in debriefs this year, tier 1 is determining whether or not you met the statutory criteria, goods movement. Did you do that? Yes or no? If yes, and that's a very simplified version of how that evaluation goes, but for the purposes of this conversation, if yes, then we get into these other criteria on the bottom half of the slide. How well do you address things like climate change and sustainability, equity and justice 40, workforce development, job quality and wealth creation, etc. So there are many parts to these applications that go into just being eligible. Did you do the assignment? Did you do what was asked in the NOFO? And then there's other criteria that go from did you do it to did you do it really well? And that's what can take a good project to an awarded project. So I want to make sure everyone's in that, yes, we met the criteria, and then hopefully we can get into that finesse of how well did you do it. Next slide, please. Okay, so obviously this is quite complicated. We have a lot of resources available. In addition to my inbox always being available to you, we do webinars where we do additional outreach with the program managers who can really speak to the specifics of this program, dive into really in the weeds types of questions that you or your grant managers might have. We did one with State of Alaska on the 24th, and there's a recording of that Joanne Schmidt, who's here, made available. So if you didn't, I know some folks participated in that. It was excellent. If you'd like that webinar recording, it's just 1 hour. We can definitely make sure that you get that. And then here's some more that are offered nationally. So this will be everybody. Last week was just our friends here in Alaska, but these are webinars that are certainly open to all of you. And if you plan to apply, you definitely want to pay attention to that last one on 8 March, the economic vitality portion, small projects at small ports. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm not going to talk too much about this. I already mentioned it. The Marine Highway Program, $10 million this year. It's small, much smaller than the PIDP program. So you can decide, how to best use your time and energy on what to apply for. It's all of our programs are highly subscribed, as I'm sure you're aware. There have been some significant changes to this program. which I talk about on the next slide, please. Actually, okay, so before I get quite to the changes, the United States Marine Highway Program is referencing these routes that are shown in this graphic. You can see that here in Alaska, which I always take issue with the disjointed Alaska down there in the bottom left, but here we are. So it covers all of Southeast. It currently is working to be expanded, again, with Katherine's team, to include the whole of the Alaska coastline. So we're still working on that, and I hope MARAD is very committed to helping ensure that all of Alaska is eligible for this grant program. This funds specific, discrete, oftentimes cargo handling equipment. Think marine travel lifts, etc. Next slide, please. This is what I mentioned. Next slide, please. So there's the M5, the A1. All you need to know is, are you on the route? The answer is, if in Southeast Alaska, yes, you are. Okay, this is the slide that I mentioned, the changes. So on before is what it was last year and the years before that. The after are the changes. This has not yet been released to the public, so quick hot take on some things that you can expect if you're engaged in this program. There will be a number of webinars, etc., that will be coming to talk more about the changes to this program. But like I said, the notice of funding opportunity has not yet been released, so you're not late to the game. You're actually early to the game with this info. Instead of having to basically pre-apply as you used to by getting a project designation, that step has been eliminated by Congress in the authorization, and now you can go directly to applying to the grant program with a letter from the route sponsor. And the route sponsor conveniently is in the room with us. The Alaska DOT is the route sponsor, so that should streamline the process. Next slide, please. This is the type of, a little bit looking backwards. This is FY21 and prior, so I don't believe it includes 22 awards and examples of what's funded under the Marine Highway. Next slide, please. Okay, so I mentioned this before. It closes in a couple weeks. If you're not tracking, you probably are going to want to come again next year, but this is again for private industry. Next slide, please. These are our other grant programs. Next slide, please. I think I'm pretty much done. Let's try a couple more and see what else I've got in there. This is a toolkit which you might find helpful. It's on our website, developed in partnership with AAPA. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. There's so many slides. Thanks for your time.
Closer.
How about this?
Yeah.
Okay, and I do have slides. If you get the opportunity to pull them out, that would be great. But one thing I wanted to start with is, first of all, thanks to both of you for being here, coming up. It goes without saying, you're tremendously committed. And Scott, we look forward to getting to know you better, as I know we will in the upcoming 4 years, as we make you really work to help make the most use of the FTA money here for Alaska. And so one thing I think we can all agree on is that the future for AMHS, to use an investing term, is bullish, right? There's some exciting things that are happening, but that doesn't mean that right now we're doing that great. So I just want to come out front and say that. One thing that's especially true about the Marine Highway System is it's not just AMHS itself. So just because we've all been sitting for a little while, I'm going to do a little exercise here. So who is AMHS, right? What are we? So, okay, we have staff and DOT staff. So stand up, folks. I know you're out there. AMHS staff, DOT staff, stand up. No one's going to throw stuff at you. Thank you. All right, we have, no, keep standing. You got to stand, sorry, keep standing. All right, then we have our Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board members that have been meeting bi-weekly almost for the last year. Please stand up. There's a number of board members here. Yep. Come on, Norm, I see you. Thank you. All right, and then we have our representatives and senators that lead our state forward. So I know you're here. Representative, please stand up. Thank you. All right, so we also, who else is AMHS, right? We have our our maritime union reps in the back, keeping our staff well represented, please stand. We have consultants and contractors that support all of our staff with finding solutions, please stand up. We have our fantastic federal funders with FTA, Federal Highways, MARAD, please stand up. All right, I get to keep sitting, this is good for me. Okay, and then we have our leadership, Southeast Conference, any leadership with cities, tribes, boroughs, please stand up. You're here representing your communities and we're all very much a part of AMHS every day. Who else am I missing here? Oh, our vendors. We have, when the TUI is down, IFA, they step in and help us out. We have our other vendors, Gold Bell, Allen Marine. If you're here, please stand. We have gaps in service, they're there to help us out. And then everyone else, I'm sure you've ridden on a marine highway system, so our passengers are just as much as part of AMHS as anyone else. So if you've ridden on the ferry ever, stand up. Okay, so look around, this is AMHS, everyone. This is a huge group, it's all of us. And yeah, so anyway, give yourself a round of applause because we're in this. So yeah, I'm gonna get some blood flowing. So I think that's really important because we are at the forefront of a lot of change. Within AMHS as an organization, we've experienced some change. As you all know, Captain Falvey retired after 19 years. Cisco Flores, our engineering manager, announced his retirement. And so in the midst of this, we're really excited to work on flattening the organization so we can really empower our functional groups within AMHS. And that includes business, engineering, preservation and maintenance, our capital program, our operations. So we're trying to work hard on breaking down any silos that may exist so that we can increase communication between the shoreside management, our engineering staff, and then everyone out there on the vessels. And this is what the public has been asking, and this is also what our staff really want. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes while we've been preparing for this FTA funding, which has now been announced last week. So the biggest thing to think about is that all of the comments that you're sending, we really need to hear from you, and I appreciate it. I was thinking that over the last year since I started and probably addressed this group for the first time, there's probably read over 1,000 comments. So if I've never seen such a committed, passionate, and I'm not talking about one sentence comments. These are multiple pages long. So we do read all of your comments and there's significant meaning to them. So please keep sending them, and that's how we as a group can get better. If you can go to the next slide, please. Someone bring me a glass of water if you get a chance. So in the interest of continuous improvement, over the last maybe 4 or 5 months, we've undergone an internal comprehensive evaluation of our marine highway system. It was clear that we wanted to improve our service to the public, but why and how do we do that? So we looked at 4 key areas: our operations, our information technology, software programs. Thanks, John. We looked at our fleet, both from a maintenance and our capital program, and our financial systems. And so really appreciative of folks like Matt McLaren in the back there that was subjected to I don't know how many interviews and questions, but we're doing this so that we can figure out what is it that AMHS is doing and what is it that's industry best practice. And if there's a gap there, maybe there's some opportunity for us to learn and try doing things a different way. Next slide. So we had a great team that consisted of Elliott Bay Design Group, LG Rayfield, TMG, which is the Maritime Group, McKinley Research, and KPFF. And so together they did over 50 interviews. They researched and went through over 100 documents. And all in all, they really highlighted a lot of opportunities where we can see improvements, both on the short term and longer term. So these are in the final stages right now. I would expect in a couple weeks they'll be finalized, and we can be sharing them both. We'll share them first internally with staff, and then we'll be sharing them with the public, and then really look forward to the discussions as our staff and AmHob get an opportunity to look through where we want to prioritize our efforts. So next slide. And we've also talked with the Southeast Conference before about our change initiative. Back in September of last year, the governor's office announced the change initiative, which is charting the course towards thriving communities, reimagining the Alaska Marine Highway System. And the reason for doing this was because we did recognize that we were failing to meet our service goals. You know, we've heard complaints about our reliability, we had gaps in service, and try as we could to address some of those things, we're not making progress. And so what we could do though is we could communicate better with the public about where we were falling short and what we were doing about it. And are we making a difference? You know, what is it that we're doing that may or may not be moving the needle? So the 3 phases that we worked on was stabilization, recovery, and full steam ahead. We talked at length with Washington State Ferries. So if Matt Van Ruden was here, he'd be able to talk to some of their COVID recovery plan. But I don't think Matt is in the, he'll be online. Okay, well, thanks, Matt. So we'll get a chance to brag you up here in a little bit. So next slide. So in order to understand how we need to improve, we really had to look at the data, like get some metrics. So we looked at our budget, our crew, and our fleet. And what we found out was that budget-wise, we're looking pretty solid. However, with our crew and our fleet, and by fleet, we're looking at our vessel availability, how we're forecasting our time that we need to be in the shipyard, our ship maintenance requests, backlog, SMRs. You know, we are on the lower end of where we want to be. You can go to the next slide. And so we can start just quickly by talking about our budget. Because our budget is appropriated by the legislature to meet certain service levels, where what we've noticed is that because of our vessel and crew shortages, we haven't been able to meet our service levels. So we've had budget, the budget hasn't been our #1 reason for not being able to meet our service as we would like to for the public. Next slide. One thing to pay attention to in this slide would be the unrestricted general funds, or UGF, that is going into the system. And it has remained constant at about 60 million. So the governor's proposed budget for the calendar year 2024 is for another 60 million, which is similar to what it was in calendar year 2023. And next slide. Okay, so here's what we all want to talk about. That's fine. Speaking quickly through some of the previous slides. And thankfully, Scott was able to go through all of the awards. So I just want to spend a couple more minutes on some details. The strategy when we applied for these was to look at long-term where we needed to go. We know we need to invest in new infrastructure. We all want to focus on the future, but we also do need to maintain our current fleet long enough so that we can take the time to build the new mainliners, the Tustamina replacement vessel, and our low-no emission ferry. And so we looked at, if you look at the capital requests for both the vessels and the docks, it ended up being about 30% towards our ferry terminal facilities and 30% on our vessels. And then of all of the capital, though, 50% went towards new builds. So if you consider that 50% for the old, 50% for the new, and then of the old infrastructure is about half and half terminals and docks. So this is a strategy we think may work moving forward, but we would love input if there's other ideas out there. I can go to the next slide. All right, so on the vessels themselves, we did receive $72 million towards modernization of 4 vessels. This is the Columbia Controlled Pitch Propeller Project. This is the Matanuska Safety Improvement Project, the Taslina Crew Quarters, and that's a modernization project as well, which may include SOLAS and other upgrades to the Taslina, and the Kennecott exhaust project. And so with these 4, you know, we do look forward to talking again internally, given that these awards just came out, about what is it that makes the greatest sense where we're at right now, and work with FTA on solutions for these projects moving forward. We haven't been standing still while waiting for these funds to come in. So a lot of these projects are fully shovel ready, and we have projects out for bid, and things are happening. So we're if you look, for example, at the next project, the Tustamina replacement vessel, this is 68.5 million. And if you've been following the TRV project, we broke it down into 3 different proposals using the CMGC Construction Manager General Contract process. So we do have a propulsion system integrator online because the TRV will now be a diesel hybrid system, which we're really excited about, with some short-term batteries installed in the TRV. And then next week, the vehicle elevator turntable system proposal will be closing. And then within the next couple of weeks, we're going to be putting out the shipyard RFP. And one thing that's new that we're excited about is, in addition to soliciting a shipyard for the TRV, we are asking for a second vessel, the MRV as well, which is a mainliner replacement vessel, because we have design funding. And we're committed to moving forward with these replacement vessels. It makes the most sense to find a shipyard that could have the ability to construct both. So we're excited about what that could mean as far as getting vessels constructed in a short amount of time frame, which is what our goal is. Then lastly, we have the climate responsive ferry vessel options. This is a $46 million award for our low-note electric ferry. And thankfully, we have David here from LEFA Design Group, who's been leading a research project, which was funded by Federal Highways over this past year, about. Yeah, and this is a fantastic document. It's out for public comment. Please take a look at it, but it goes into detail about, for the Alaska Marine Highway System, where does this type of shuttle ferry make sense? Because it's not throughout the whole system, but there are a number of routes where it is practical and it could provide some operational savings and environmental benefit to our communities. So he'll be able to talk more about that. So next slide. Then when it comes to our ferry dock infrastructure, we received 45.5 million. And we bundled these projects together because that was our strategy, was, we're focusing on what is it that we needed to do? Why are we applying for these grants? Well, we're applying for them because we have a strategy of all ships, all docks. We really want to be able to be flexible with where we have our vessels and where they're able to go, so that, out in Pelican, they just can't receive service because there's only one vessel that can provide service for them. So that's what we're looking to correct. So here we have funding for Pelican, for Auk Bay, and then we also have the Chiniga, Titlik, and Cordova projects. And so this is a good example of lots of things happening at the same time. So all of our agencies will be talking moving forward about these Prince William Sound docks, because as most of you know, we were excited to announce the awards of MARAD to Prince William Sound Economic Development District for these same 3 terminals. So we're looking at these projects right now and what's needed, and we'll be speaking with these agencies about solutions for this moving forward, because our needs for terminals across the system are huge. We do annual audits of all of our shoreside facilities, and yeah, there's an ongoing list that we can be wisely using these funds for. Next slide. Okay, so back to charting the course. Where are we with our fleet health? Well, if we look at the average age of our current fleet, it's 34.1 years old. And when you consider our vessel availability, we are having things that happen to extend our time in the shipyard. Just over this past month, everyone's familiar with the Matanuska and this extended time in the shipyard, and then also the Latuya, which is now going to have extended time in the shipyard. These things happen with an aging fleet. And so as we move forward as an organization, we're going to strive for kind of an agile approach and working to be as resilient as possible when it comes to our vessels in the shipyard. Next slide, please. We have these fleet condition surveys done every year. This is from our 2022 executive summary, which tells you that with all of our vessels, we have 159 million of deferred maintenance, some of which is really needed immediately. So we do appreciate the fact that right now in the proposed budget, typically we get between 11 million and 20 million for our annual overhauls, and this is state general fund monies. And the proposed budget this year is 22 million. So we need to continue to work on this backlog of projects, and our recent federal awards will go a long way to helping with this. And our engineering staff is working constantly to create plans and they're creating work plans to address these needs. One thing I want to mention about our engineering program, just to show you how we've been preparing for these federal awards, is that we have gone out to bid for an engineering firm to come in and help support our engineering staff. We have 2 vessel construction managers right now, and 1 engineering manager. It's a small staff doing a lot of work. And so until we can get staff hired to manage all of this work, we're leveraging our consultants that can come in and help us modernize our systems and streamline some of our workflow and supplement our staff where needed to get this done. So this team will be on board as of next week, and I'm sure they'll be integrated into this community here to help understand a little bit more about what it means to work within Alaska. Next slide. And we can't talk about AMHS without talking about our crew. Our crew are working overtime still, extended holdovers, and they're more than ever committed to keeping our system moving forward. Because of the organizational changes at AMHS, we've been making sure to visit every vessel where possible. So I think we've gotten out to maybe all but the Tustamina over the last month. So we know that folks are out there are working hard and they're looking for answers. And so we're constantly trying to get messages out to the staff on the vessels that AMHS is not shutting down next year. In fact, it's the opposite. We're going to have a lot of things to look forward to. So anytime you run into our crew, please pass that message along, say thanks to them. They're working hard, and they're also excited about the opportunity for change and what this could mean for them and their jobs. So the next slide. One of the greatest struggles that we've had in trying to, chart the course is to develop a baseline with our crew. It's kind of convoluted. How we crew our vessels and our dispatching system is very complicated. So understanding at any one point if we have enough crew, if we don't have enough crew, and then forecasting our crew needs over our summer schedule is a bit of artwork. But we have some software programs that have been developed, which we look forward to sharing in the near future here, that will hopefully make it easier for us to make decisions about our summer schedule. Because right now, if you looked at our summer schedule, it's probably not what you would like it to be. And the reason it's not quite there yet is because of crewing. So if we can get our crew, get people hired, then that's going to be how we can correct our summer schedule. So we have some innovative ideas for this. We're launching an intern program. And in fact, we're going to be training some folks on board the Malaspina. If you recall, the state sold the Malaspina. It is still at Ward Cove, and we're working with the owners of the Malaspina to convert it into a training center and a museum, which was the intention all along, but a training program where people can be hired even before they have their mariner or merchant mariner credential card, MMC. They can go there for a few months and be trained across all the deck, the engine room, passenger services, and make sure this is something that they really like, and then give them every opportunity to succeed once they get out there. Part of that will also be safety training. Okay, next slide. We also have to make it fun. So if we want to get crew to come up and be part of Alaska, it may not be our wages that attracts them, but it certainly can be that we're all having a fun time. So there is, this looks like fun to me. This is probably where I want to be right now. We can have a little fire pit on the back. Yeah, this is great. So we got to remember that. This is why we're here. We all, at the end of the day, want to have fun and to attract employees and ridership back onto our ferry service. We want to make it fun again. And the last slide. So I'll just close by saying we're all looking forward to rolling up our sleeves. This is something we all have to do together, and we're open to solutions about how we can make that possible. I ran into Captain Edward Page, one of our AmHub members, and he said something earlier, which is that there's no shortcuts. There's just only going forward. And I think that represents where we're at really well right now. There's no shortcuts. I wish we could fix our summer schedule just like that not gonna say that we can do it, but we're gonna try. We're just gonna keep going forward, and we hope that you'll all join us along the way, but keep being honest with us about how you feel we're doing right now, today, so it's a balance, so thanks. Absolutely, Representative, thank you.
Thank you,
Mhm.
Katherine, for your presentation. Things that are happening and climate change and things that we've been looking for a long time, so I appreciate it. On your terminal dock upgrade list, I didn't see anything there for Prince Rupert. Where do things stand with Prince Rupert in getting them back in line with the new land air marine agreement that took place several years ago, the upgrade of the dock facility itself, the US Steel, Canadian Steel issue and all that? Where do things stand?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. So the question is about Prince Rupert and where is Prince Rupert fall within the Marine Highway System with the upgrades that need to happen there so that we can continue to stop in at that port. So we're still having conversations with the Port Authority and BC Ferries regarding the Prince Rupert terminal. That we do have funding that can be used to bolster up those facilities. The trick is how we can make that work within, our federal restrictions and the Canadian government. So we're still having dialogue about that. And we don't have a ready solution, but everyone wants to make it work. So if that answers your question, we're having these dialogues about how to make the funding work. And we'd like to see a new facility there where we could, have ownership, and if not, at least be able to lease the facilities.
So you're saying
100%, my marching orders are to figure out how we can maintain the facility in Prince Rupert. Yes.
Katherine, thank you very much. Very informative. So do we have Gary Aucoin online? Mr. Aucoin, can you hear me?
Yes, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hello?
I can hear you on the Zoom call.
Mr.
Hello?
Aucoin, hopefully we'll get him on the line here presently, is a general manager of Shuttle Incorporated in Houma, Louisiana. They're a manufacturer of propulsion and steering mechanisms for the maritime industry. Mr. Shuttle, are you there? Excuse me, Mr. Aucoin,
Yes.
are you there?
Yes, can y'all hear me? It seems as though they can hear me on the Zoom call, but they can't hear me there in the conference room.
Yeah, that's correct. I can still hear you on the Zoom call.
We don't know how to get it. Yeah, we don't know everything.
Mr. Aucoin, stand by, please. We're working on a fix to our audio here.
Can y'all hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank y'all for the opportunity today to introduce our company, Shuttle, who is a marine propulsion provider to the entire world and one of the leading propulsion providers in this segment. We can go ahead and change slides. Go ahead. So Shuttle has been around for 100 years. Just last year in 2021, well now it's we're in 23, but in 2021 we made 100 years in existence. Started out as a family business on the Rhine River, just outside of Frankfurt, as a shipyard. And from there, we developed into the leading propulsion manufacturing company we are today. Our founder, Joseph Becker, actually was the inventor of this technology. So it's deep down in our roots. We're still owned by the same family. So you can see the stability, and that's why the leading in of this slide was talking about stability. And from there, you can see we've constantly expanded throughout the world. You can go ahead and proceed. You can go all the way through this slide. Okay. So if we look at our structure real quick, just to give you a snapshot, the Shuttle Group is made up of 6 different entities today, with the largest being the marine propulsion systems. But we have automation, we have an industrial gearbox company, we have hydro or tidal power, we have an electrical integration company, and our newest company is looking at marine technologies in the realm of anchors for floating platforms such as offshore wind. You can continue. Looking at the Shuttle Group, we are a fairly good sized organization. In 2021, we had global employment just shy of 1,200 employees. And as you see from a financial point of view also, we are stable throughout, where you also see that the Marine Group is substantially the breadwinner within the organization and still has been consistent in its revenue streams. Okay. As we look at the globe itself and our footprint, you have to press the button to kind of get some of these dots shown. We are headquartered, as we mentioned, in Germany with our manufacturing in Germany, but here in North America, which is most important to you guys, we have our home base there in Houma, Louisiana. We have an office in Quebec. We have 2 service centers, or if we call service stations, one in Norfolk, Virginia, which is a partnership with Lion Shipyard, and also one in Vancouver with a partnership with Vancouver Dry Docks. You can continue. As you look at the Maritime Group, you can press, it'll come up throughout. The Maritime Group has just under 900 employees globally, and we continually keep 1 or 2 in our market share as it relates to vessels built in the world with azimuthing thrusters. Keep in mind, when we speak of azimuthing propulsion, we're talking about a propeller that is mounted hanging below the hull that turns 360 degrees. You can continue. If we look at what markets we participate in and their importance, you can see here clearly the tug market contributes about 51% of our installed base today, with just shy of 1,400 vessels. And as we look at the ferry market, which is also a very critical part of our business, we have over 229 vessels operating today in the ferry realm with our propulsion equipment, which makes up about 9%. You can continue. Here's a look at our factories there in Germany. The factory onto the top left, Dearth, which is our main production facility, was built in 2015. It is the leading facility of all our competitors as it relates to propulsion manufacturing. It was built with a lot of green initiatives where we recover wasted heat from testing thrusters, bring it through the cooling water cycle. Also, our painting boots are top to line that meets the highest quality from an environmental standpoint. You can see the headquarters there in Spey, Germany, as mentioned, on the Rhine River. And if you look closely on the far right side, right above the white building, that there's a old house. That's actually the founder's house that we still use today as office buildings. And then we have the automation factory in Lorraine, Germany, and then another facility in Wismar, Germany, which is up on the Baltic Sea. Continue. Rest assured that we do meet all class qualifications, but also ISO in our management processes and in our production processes. Next slide, please. As we look at Shadow's footprint here in North America, as we said, we're located in Houma, Louisiana. We first entered the U.S. market in about 1961. We became incorporated in 1967 as a 1997 as a Delaware corporation. And today, out of our Houma facility, we support over 750 plus vessels operating here with over 1,800 pieces of equipment. Here's a couple of pictures just of some vessels that you may be familiar with. We see up here a National Geographic cruise line that was built down in Seattle. We have 2 BC ferries, as well as the Pele Island ferry, which comes out of Toronto. BC ferries, for example, for the last 10 years has built exclusively with shuttle propulsion equipment. So today we have probably 20 some odd vessels with them. And at the bottom here, which may be a familiar vessel with some of you in Alaska, this is the Blue North, which is a fishing vessel that comes out of Seattle. You can continue. And just some quick bullet points here about Houma. We do have a spare parts facility with over 5 million in USD value on a rolling basis. We have a training facility in the form of supporting engineers. We have 14 engineers that are at customer sites every day supporting them, 4 being on the control side, 10 being on the mechanical side. We have also 2 contract service engineers that roll in and out as time is needed. And if you look at the experience within our facility itself, our operations manager has 30 plus years in this business, working for competitors of ours, as well as 19 years as a superintendent. One thing to keep in mind, we actually have 1 controls guy that is domiciled in Seattle, and we have a superintendent level mechanical engineer that is actually moving to the west side of Canada within the next 3 months. You can continue. I wanted to talk about one particular product here. As I had mentioned, we make a full range of products within the propulsion realm, but one in particular, as it relates to where we're going today, is what we call the Shadow Echo Propeller, or the SRE. As you can see right here, it's a very unique looking piece of equipment. It also, when it was introduced in 2018, it won a Fuel Efficiency Award for being the most efficient designed and produced mechanical thruster on the market today. It offers low operating cost, but also improved sea keeping and open seawater optimization with speeds up to about 20 knots that it can accomplish. Today, we have on order, we actually just now took the 100th order of this particular type of thruster, with probably 80% of these particular units in the ferry market in Norway today. Because if you recall, over the last 8 years, the ferry market in Norway has really went through a revitalization with a lot of electric ferries. And this particular brand of thruster, the SRE, has been very instrumental in their success. You can continue. But the SRE would not have come about until we had come up with this technology. And when I talk of Shadow, we're more than just a propulsion company. We're a bunch of marine engineers, mechanical engineers, hydrodynamics. So back in 2000, in the early 2000s, the marine market was at high demand in long lead times for very critical components. And one of those being gears. If people are familiar with the industrial market as well as the marine market, 90 some odd percent of all the gears are manufactured in Europe in 2 or 3 facilities. So that became a bottleneck within the manufacturing process of thrusters and other types of industrial components. Schottel, along with a university, designed and patented what we call the high torque gear. So that particular gear became the center of the success of the SRE. You can continue. So what is the high torque gear? What we did was we found a different way to cut the gears because it is a new technology. It uses 5-axis milling to change the profile of the teeth within the gear that allows it to transmit or absorb 15% more torque, which is very critical in producing solid, long-lasting pieces of equipment. You can continue. Okay. So as we had mentioned, by having a gear that can transmit 15% more torque, we can do one of 2 things with it. We can build a existing thruster that takes X amount of power and just put more power into it, or we can design a new one as we did here with the SRE. Because the diameter of that gear is smaller, the thruster itself is more hydrodynamic, and that's where this efficiency is seen within this thruster design here. And you can see here as we look at the gear diameter there helps with the hydrodynamics of this particular thruster design. Okay. Some of the other benefits of this particular design as it relates to efficiency is the ability to place anodes to protect it from corrosion and such in very strategic places as not to disturb the flow of water across the body of that thruster, again, affecting the efficiency of the thruster there. You can continue. Also, when we look at the design here and the way it's designed, this particular thruster is also a little bit more environmentally friendly in that it requires less lubrication oil as it relates to other thrusters of same size in the market today. Okay. Another piece of technology that we have that is approved by the EPA as it relates to water to oil interfaces within componentry on the marine side is our LECON system. So our LECON system, we're on the 6th generation of the LECON system. What it is a monitoring device that has a cavity between the water seals and the oil seals that captures any kind of leakage. So therefore, we won't see any oil going into the seawater, and it traps any water from going into the thruster, contaminating the oil within the thruster itself. This is, as I mentioned, it's certified by ABS and other classification society, but also approved by the US EPA for vessel compliance. You can continue. This is just a little bit better image of how this seal functions. You can see here we've got a void space between the outer seals and the inner seals that provides a vacuum that actually draws in any kind of contaminants going in either direction. It's been operating here in the US for probably 10 plus years. We can continue. Another product that is also on the cutting edge is what we call propulsion monitoring systems here, which we call the MeraHub. It's a device that's applied to each thruster that gives constant monitoring so we can track the life of it, looking at vibrations, looking at running hours, and determining with better certainty what type of maintenance needs to be done at a 5-year interval, at a 10-year interval, or at a 15-year interval, thus decreasing your maintenance costs, but also help to predict any type of catastrophic failure that may occur so you can plan ahead and hopefully eliminate extended periods of downtime. I think that is the end of my presentation. Sorry for being a little quick, and also apologize for not being present, but travel kind of did not agree with me this week. Is there any questions?
Mr. Aucoin, thanks. We're pleased to have you here, even if it's disembodied. So we're grateful for you making the time. And we'll hold questions until the next couple of panelists.
Okay, not a problem. I'll be waiting for those.
Great, thank you. Let's move on now to our friends to the south, our nearest domestic neighbors, the state of Washington. We have Mr. Ruden with us online, whose agency, Washington State Ferries, is undertaking some efforts parallel to our own in terms of electrification and other related ferry operations. Matt, are you there?
Yes, I am. Would like me to share my screen or?
Yes, please share your screen.
Okay. Almost there, apologize. All right, and then. Sorry, I'm trying to move around the Zoom screen. Okay. Well, thank you for the invitation, Robert, and others to participate in this great panel and this great event. My name is Matt von Ruden. I'm the System Electrification Program Administrator at Washington State Ferries. After a career in the Coast Guard, I joined Ferries around 2015 and started as the Vessels Director, Vessel Engineering and Maintenance. And as a project got started to look into electrifying one class of vessel, it grew, and I'll talk about that. And it resulted in a new position, and I migrated over to this to focus on electrification of our fleet full time. Here's some statistics that describe the Washington State ferry system. We operate the largest ferry system in the United States. It's also one of the largest contributors of greenhouse gas emissions in state government. We burn 19 million gallons of fuel a year. It's pre-pandemic, but we're working our way up in that direction again here. We're many different things to many different people. We're a transit agency bringing people into the urban work environment in Seattle. We're an extension of the highway system, connecting the peninsula in the west to the mainland in the east. We're a tourist destination for many, and we're a vital link to the island communities, similar to in Alaska. Our electrification journey really began with leadership from our both the legislature and in the governor's office. Starting with the greenhouse gas emissions, we have aggressive goals based on a 2005 levels to get to 95% by 2050. So there's some interim milestones. The pandemic helped us reach the 2020 goal, but the next one will be tough, and it's going to take some aggressive action. And electrification is our main mechanism for getting there. Governor Inslee is a leader in this area and issued his executive order back starting in 2018, which specifically directed our ferry system to transition to a zero emissions fleet. So we got started in 2018 with the help of Elliott Bay Design Group, who's here on the panel with me, looking at the feasibility of upgrading our largest vessels, Jumbo Mark II vessels, 202 cars. I'll talk about them in a minute. We had to, we try to get 60 years of life out of a ferry. And at 20 years, the propulsion system was obsolete. And so as we started to look at that, upgrading that, and modernizing it, we also looked at what are the possibilities for incorporating energy storage. And around that time, you know, we were behind the big bow wave of of work in Scandinavia in this area, so we could benefit from that. And we had very good information to build a solid business case for electrifying those largest ferries. We incorporated that into our long-range plan, which we update periodically. And in 2020, we incorporated that into the plan. When the legislature and other key stakeholders read the plan, they wanted to know more. So the legislature authorized and directed us to perform a system electrification plan, a study that looked at the entire system and what would make sense for electrifying that system. This is one graphic from the study. The legislature asked us to look at two scenarios for our system. One, if they recognize the challenge of bringing electricity to each of our terminals. So we looked at what if we just converted our vessels or built hybrid vessels and operated them that way without charging from ashore. That's the dark, that's the light green graph there as we progressed. And you can see that we don't achieve our greenhouse gas reduction goals through that method. We really need to invest in the terminals as well. And that's the dark green there. And if we carry out the sequence of electric or vessel conversions, new builds, and terminal electrification, we do have a clear path to achieve our goals. Program elements include conversion of six existing ferries. Those are our vessels in the earlier part of their life that it makes sense to invest in. It also calls for building 16 new hybrid electric ferries. So while we were behind and are behind in our vessel construction program, it presented an opportunity to procure more clean and hybrid vessels. And then based on where these vessels operate, the plan showed a need to bring electricity to 16 of our terminals. In some cases, we only need to electrify one end of a route. In many cases, most cases, we need to electrify both ends. Catch up here. So route by route, we start in our Central Sound region, which has the largest impact and also the largest ridership. The Seattle Bay, this graphic shows is, to transition a route to hybrid electric requires both investments in the vessels and the terminals, and this plots it over time. So you can see for the Seattle Bainbridge route, we're on track to having converted next 24 and 25, and then we'll follow a couple years later with bringing electricity to the Seattle and Bainbridge terminals. We move from and Clinton and Edmonds and so forth. The San Juan Islands are at the end of this schedule. San Juan Islands are challenging for a number of reasons. The transit distances are very long. We have up to 2-hour transits, and then also the infrastructure and the islands and things present other challenges. So we are going to move our newer vessels that are diesel mechanical up to San Juan Islands initially, and then later in the plan, we would replace those vessels with hybrid electric vessels. So let's talk a little bit about the Jumbo Mark II vessels. These are our largest, kind of the queen of our fleet. There's 3 of them. They're 460 feet long. They carry 202 standard size vehicles. They operate on the Seattle Bainbridge and the Edmonds Kingston route. They currently are a Siemens design diesel electric propulsion plant that consists of 4 propulsion generators, which power electric motors on both ends, the double-ended ferry. And the conversion would consist of removing 2 of those engines and replacing them with battery energy storage systems of about 5.7 megawatt hours. So you'd still have 4 sources of energy, but now instead of 4 diesel engines, you'll have 2 diesel engines, and 2 lithium-ion battery banks. The goal is to operate primarily in electric mode once we have our terminals electrified, using the engines as a backup for resiliency so that we can continue to provide service in the case of a disruption, either a short-term disruption like a bad weather where we can't charge, or the power outages ashore, or longer term if we had a big disaster in the Puget Sound, earthquake or tsunami or something like that. In addition to the greenhouse gas benefits, as I mentioned, these vessels operate in our urban regions, so there's dramatic increase in air quality improvement by nearly eliminating our particulate emissions and our oxides of nitrogen. So the initial study back in 2018 showed a life cycle cost savings of about 60 million. The schedule for this project, we are finishing up our shipyard specification and plan to issue a request for information in the next couple weeks that will describe the program. We want to have one contract, one shipyard do all 3 conversions of the 3 vessels in 3 sequential years, starting with the first one here in September of 2023, the vessel would go into the shipyard. We've done the preliminary work related that requires dry docking, so our intent is that this all this conversion work then can be done dockside, and we would then have larger levels of competition and hopefully a lower price. Let's see. The second big program that's underway is our hybrid electric Olympic class ferries. This started with an idea to, because of the, has been discussed with Alaska as well, developing a contract, your requirements, and, making your source selection is a lengthy process. We had just been coming off a contract with Vigor in Seattle to build 4 diesel mechanical boats. So the legislature authorized us to extend that contract and develop a update the design to include hybrid electric propulsion. We weren't able to come to agreement on the terms or the price for building the vessels though. So as a result, we are issuing a new design build RFP. Washington statute is very prescriptive on how we go about doing that. And so it does need to be design build. And we're going to be offering the functional design for this vessel as an owner's model that shipyards, proposers can use as a starting point, analyze it, look at it, change it, whatever they need to do to stand behind it in true design build fashion so that they can be responsible for the performance of the vessel. We've been funded for 5 of these vessels. So when you take the overall benefits, you can see here, that's a lot of fuel savings. The fuel savings for these 5 is comparable to the combined 3 conversions of the larger Jumbo Mark II vessels. So this is by comparison a 144 car ferry compared to the 202 for the Jumbo Mark IIs, but it'll be a bottoms up new build design. So we're excited about that. And the schedule, we plan to issue the draft RFP in a couple weeks also, and get some industry feedback on that and issue the final RFP in March. Both of these these vessels will be served by a common rapid charging system. Let me see which slide that is. I'll talk about that in a minute here. But yeah, we, like Alaska, we need these vessels as soon as possible to replace our aging fleet. We have vessels that our oldest vessel is 63 years old, and our 2 super class ferries are approaching, gosh, they're 56 years old, I think. So time's of the essence. Well, we're also commencing work on our terminal electrification. We have 5 different utilities to work with here to bring power from the nearest substation to the terminals. Some of the terminals and utilities are, there's adequate capacity there, and it's just a matter of bringing electricity directly in. Others don't have sufficient capacity, and we need to talk about energy storage at the terminal facility. There's also a lot going on in the Seattle area and Puget Sound area, like there is the rest of the country, electrify everything. So as we talk with the utilities, we find that we're one of many people who want to electrify. So there could be passenger only ferries that are looking to electrify. There could be a bus system, transit system. And so you have this electromobility hub here where you're trying to bring electricity to a major transit hub and power all those sources. So it's really important to talk early with the utilities and understand what their other customers are needing. But we have memorandums of agreement signed with the Seattle City Light, specifically for that, for the energy storage and their anticipated needs there in downtown Seattle. We're also working on a MOU with Puget Sound Energy, which is going to supply power to 8 of our different terminals. So a lot going on with our terminals. We're bringing on a general engineering consultant. I'll talk a little bit more to help us with all this work. When we started with our Jumbo Mark II project, we working with the systems integrator, Siemens Energy, they selected STEM and Technique as a charging system provider and developed a vessel-based charging system, which is not what's shown here. So it worked very well, and the goal was to try to minimize the amount of overwater construction and all the costs and delays that are associated with that in the sensitive Puget Sound environment. And it worked well for the Jumbo Mark IIs, but when we looked at integrating that into the smaller Olympic class vessels, it didn't scale very well. We could make it work from a safety perspective and effectiveness, but it added a considerable amount of weight to that smaller vessel. So we made the tough decision to pause and back up and look at a water shore-based system. The column you're seeing here in this picture is the final product won't look like this most likely, but the column itself is the same type of infrastructure we have for our passenger loading. And so it's a proven method where it's a steel pipe, that is drilled into the underwater ground and filled, and then provides the platform. So something like that is what we're going to pursue now for our charging. And the equipment you see up there, that's one of the STEM solutions. There's a couple different solutions we're looking at that can operate and provide interoperability for these 2 vessel classes and for all of the terminals in the central Puget Sound. The nice thing about this solution, although it'll be a little more difficult to permit, is that it moves the charging further away from the passenger unloading, which adds safety and less impact on vessel operations. With all this work, I mentioned yesterday we received over $1 billion in funding as a result of the system electrification plan from the legislature. We need to staff up. And so we've brought on board Hill International as our general engineering consultant. So they're going to help us from the ground up with the terminals, defining our requirements, developing our early level designs, and supporting us through the process of electrifying the 16 terminals. They'll also be supporting our vessel programs to a lesser extent. So that's what I have to cover. I'm glad to answer any questions you have about electrification, or as Katherine mentioned, if you'd like to know anything else about our efforts to emerge from this COVID pandemic, I'm glad to try to answer those as well. So again, thank you very much.
Okay, stand by for questions. We'll have a round of questions after the final speaker has presented, okay?
Very good, thank you.
And we are to the point of the final speaker. As I said earlier, the zenith maybe of the panel is David Turner. David is project manager at Elliott Bay Design Group. Elliott Bay is a well-established marine engineering firm in the United States. Done much work in Alaska and elsewhere across the country, including electrification and ferry design. And David will be touching on some of the company's work recently. David. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Can we get the slides up?
Yeah, we're gonna.
While waiting for the slides to pull up, I just wanted to mention, just for some context here, as some of you may remember from earlier report outs, Robert Venables, myself, one of our port captains, were part of a delegation that went out to, as part of Innovation Norway. This was when, it was maybe last April, and it was pretty awe-inspiring, the technologies that they have over there, and we realized in a hurry, oh man, we have work to do back at home. So immediately after that, we worked with Federal Highways to get a research grant to be able to understand where this technology could be applied in Alaska. And Southeast Conference was willing to partner with the state DOT in this effort and brought on Elliott Bay on board. So I'm sure he has maybe not as funny remembrance of this process as we're like, we don't know what we need, we just need to do something. And then and we need it now because we have funding we have to apply for. And over the months, it became more clear what would work for Alaska. And so we just appreciate the patience of our consultants as we began to narrow down what in reality would work for Alaska, which is what he's here to share with you and more. So thank you, David.
So on this first slide, two things I'd like to point out. The title, when you go back, is not what I picked. I would have used half as many words. And from the date on there, you can see that the snafu yesterday was almost certainly my fault. So next one. So the purpose of this is, obviously AMHS is an essential part of life in Alaska. The vessels operate all over the place. The goal is to reduce fleet emissions as much as possible, and it's looking from well to wake, as we say. Come up with a pilot project that could be used, and so the objective we were given, the research objective was defined to determine how a new battery electric vessel can sustainably serve certain AMHS ports given varied Alaska weather, dates, shore-side charging, and other supporting infrastructure. This report also discusses considerations for the use of alternate fuels to extend range beyond the limits of battery-only operation. So we worked with key partners, McKinley Research Institute and Respect on this. McKinley did a lot of the economic analysis for us, and Respect did a lot of research into the infrastructure. So next slide. I'm going to move quickly. State of the current technology. This is the fleet that you all are very familiar with. We don't need to go again. All diesel mechanical vessels, diesel engines, through gears, turning propellers. So next one. The challenge we have is that diesel has just proven to be such a reliable and dependable fuel. It's got a high temperature flash point, which makes it very safe for onboard operations. It's got good energy density. It's easy to carry. All the alternative fuels that we're looking at have issues. What you're looking at here is low flash point fuels. You have hazardous zones to deal with. You have a ventilation mast for emergency ventilation. Challenges in designing vessels around them. And so for this first study, though, we're going to focus on electric. So let's go to the next one. All these alternate fuels. It's diesel is very compact and lightweight for the amount of energy we get out of it. You might notice that to get batteries on the same chart here, we went to a logarithmic scale on the right-hand side. This focuses why batteries are primarily looked at for short operations. They're heavy. Obviously, that's offset by other advantages. So next slide. Talked some about these yesterday, the domestic vessels, Castro Bay, Governor's Island, Cameron Parish, Texas DOT. They're all doing battery hybrids for different reasons. These international vessels, you can see the year that they entered service. And there's some interesting things with this. The color hybrid service, it was the largest plug-in hybrid in the world. It's about a 550-foot vessel. And it highlights one of the interesting ways that the battery technology can be used. They have batteries on board for approximately 1 hour of operation, but they have a 2.5 hour route. So what it enables them to do is operate in a battery-only mode in port close to shore. They use the diesel for the transit, and then at the other end, they can switch back to batteries. When you have a chance to read the report, there's a section in there on justice, and it talks about the air quality issues that some of the terminals are having with the diesel exhaust. What hybrid's doing here is it's not 100% eliminating the emissions from the vessel, but it is moving it away from the centers of population. Electra was another one on there. It typically operates in battery-only mode. They have a diesel generating plant on board in large part because they deal with rough weather and ice in the wintertime. So when they need the additional power, instead of carrying a lot more batteries around, they have the ability to bring a diesel plant on. Going through this a bit more quickly than planned. The charging systems, Matt von Ruden spoke about some. One of the big decisions to make here is how automated does the charging system need to be? And that has to do with what the rate of power transfer that's going to be required is, and how long the vessel's in port. Washington State Ferries has a lot of power that they're transferring, and they aren't in port for very long. When we looked at the study for the vessels that we're considering for Alaska, they have longer times in port, and they have a lower power demand. And so the automated system that Washington State is looking at, we think ultimately it's going to be more of a manual connection system that is used, which it lowers the capital cost, but it also makes it easier for other vessels to adopt and be able to utilize the same charging station. So which system is used is going to be a matter of trip frequency and the speed, which we'll talk to in a little bit. These different towns that we're looking at providing these electric ferries to have different capabilities as far as what the infrastructure there is. Whether or not they'll be able to support a rapid charge system like this is in question. And so the solution to that is to put a electric storage system, a battery bank, on shore as well, which enables them to take a slower charge to build up so that when the vessel arrives, the batteries are charged and they can transfer the energy rapidly to the boat without interrupting the local grid. Putting these battery stations on shore have different advantages as well. And this is one thing that the McKinley group researched. As an example, in Ketchikan, they see 5 opportunities for additional benefits of having this. It provides power during peak load times in the winter to reduce the use of diesel fuel for local generation. It can provide auxiliary charging for tour and municipal buses, resulting in additional reduced emissions. Frequency stability when Ketchikan is isolated from power sharing sources. direct backup power support for critical community assets like the airport, the hospital during power outages and other crises, and support for future energy transition to new or green sources in the municipality or region like tidal or wind power. So the exact opportunities vary between communities, but they're there for all the communities. So next slide. So these are the 3 routes that we primarily looked at. A lot more that goes into the decisions on this, but from a technical perspective, we believe that the same type of vessel could service these 3 different routes. Again, the challenges, that's going to be the subject of future studies. So next, this is the notional vessel that we came up with, and it looks familiar to a lot of people here. You can see the car capacity is somewhat greater than 20. We're going with a smaller vessel, which again can fill the role in multiple ports. The additional capacity is gained by doing multiple trips, so you get greater frequency out of these vessels. Any of these routes can be done at a lower speed twice a day with a single crew. In Skyway, there may be a need to go to 3 trips a day during the summertime. That can be done either at higher speed, bringing the diesel plant online to provide additional power, or by extending the crew day. And these are decisions that are going to be made. Sure. Slide. So system sizing. Again, there are some big decisions to be made here. Reducing speed. I'm not sure how we got to 13.2 knots and 9.7 knot transits in this graph, but the difference between them is about a 25% reduction in battery size, just for the crossing energy. All of these assume that the vessel will be plugged into shore power to provide house loads while it's actually in port. The other aspect is whether you put charging at one end or both. There's advantages and disadvantages to each. Again, future decisions, things we need to study more. So finally, that's our conclusion in a nutshell. We believe that a vessel like this could serve technically these 3 routes. It could be built as a class of vessels, which will help with capital costs and operating costs. We've estimated, and again, this is in the report, construction of 1 vessel would be approximately $52 million. They're not cheap. And building a series of 3, you can see between a 10 and 20% reduction in cost. So I will leave it at that. Hopefully we have time for some questions.
Thank you, David. Well done. Appreciate it. We do have time for questions. Who would like to go first? Yes, Mayor. Are we on? Yes, a little bit. A little bit. Hello? Yeah? Okay. So workforce problems. I brought it up at the last one. If you can send some information to us, there was a time we were pretty proud that the Latuya was based by 100% members of the community, and that's not the case anymore. So we do have a few members that work on there, but they're based out of Ketchikan, I believe. So it'd be nice to, there we are, get and ideas of that too. Are you guys hitting like the high schools and places like that on career day and job fairs and that sort of thing? I'm not sure if you hit Nella Catla's school or not, but it would be something to look forward to. And A different one on the pilot project. I see Metlakatla is one of the places you're looking. So if there's any questions or anything, we'd definitely like to be a part of those conversations on what it would look like. And when you're talking the battery power being able to help catch can in tough times of year or whatever, well, we could use some help too. So I think a charging station and all that, all details to be worked out later, right? But definitely would like to be involved in the conversations.
I can't see the project moving forward without a lot of community involvement, engagement. That's going to be very important.
Yeah, how soon do you think we would be starting those meetings? Yesterday is fine with me.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Smith, for the questions. So first of all, like on workforce and job fairs, please let us know, anybody, if you do have job fairs. We're trying to really improve our outreach to be able to hire rural Alaskans, especially for AMHS. We think it's a great job for Alaskans and for those out of state. But our way forward now with being able to hire people on early and do a more extended training program, I think it does become a better solution. So we'll send some information along with information following on the community meeting about the TUIA service and what we can do to better serve the communities there. So secondly, on this low no emission ferry, we'll be going out for design contract here shortly. And so I imagine community meetings will want to begin that process. We'll continue to partner with Southeast Conference in the engagement, but we'll want to be acting quickly and then have conversations with many stakeholders about what that looks like. So I would expect in upcoming couple months.
Nice, I can come out to the office this afternoon.
Awesome, we need that enthusiasm, please
Yeah.
do so.
Yeah. Okay, question, Dave Kinsinger, do you hear your hand up? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, Paulette, please proceed.
Hi, I'm Paulette Jackson with the City of Kick, and my question is for Katherine Key. We live in Kick, and we end up 90% of the time without any service at all, now 100% of the time, and they tend to leave us off the schedule, don't put us on the schedule, and you said something about all ships, all docks. We have a dock that they tell us that, oh, that ferry can't tie up there, it takes too long, it's too hard for them to do, you don't have a catwalk, we can't have you there. So we would like our dock improved, we would like to be able to have every single ship that is possible, that goes by us every single day, to have the capability of coming into Cake. 4 years, and we realize the ships are bad, this is bad, that's bad, but our service has gone from somewhat reliable to non-existent, and our people are screaming at us, say we don't have ferry services, why can't you guys talk to people? We're talking to you, we want this stuff improved so that our people can ride the ferry, they can come to Juneau and get the supplies that they need, and our community can survive this absolute no transportation thing. We get an airplane, but none of our people can afford that, and if you have kids like our mayor here, there's no way you can bring your family to Juneau on an airplane. So we're looking for help. We want our ferry dock fixed so that we can have ferries and they can stop telling us we don't have that capability to bring them to Cape.
Paulette, for the comment, I appreciate that. And you know, as we look forward to the summer schedule, it's pretty bare. So there's no getting around that. And our solutions to get through this present period have been through supplemental services. And so I know that we're working to improve the advance notice that we can provide to communities so that it works for the schools, it works for events. So those are things that we're improving right now. It's been not ideal over the past few months. We recognize that. We're trying to make it work, but there's a bit of execution in there that we recognize Cake isn't the only one that's experienced this. Other communities have as well, and they've been vocal with us. You know, we do balance our ability to contract out with supplemental services with our maritime unions and our need and hope to be able to serve the ports with our vessels and our crew. So all of that being said, Please stay tuned. We did get a lot of comments on Cake on our summer schedule, and we'll definitely be in touch about upgrades for Cake as we look forward to these upcoming solicitations. I'm sure there's something that we can do there. Thank you.
More.
Okay, well, I've got maybe real quick with Katherine. Question came regarding fuel docks. Is that the type of infrastructure that Merit can support with some of the grant programs?
Yes.
Okay, because we've got an unnamed community somewhere in the banana belt of Southeast, and that one over there.
One more thing that I failed to mention, this is not related to that question, but I would be remiss if I did not mention that one of the changes to the Marine Highway Program that I talked about is relevant for all of Alaska, but especially Southeast. It can now be used for routes going to Canada and Mexico. The investments would, of course, still need to comply with Buy America and be made here in the United States for reasons I think you're all hopefully aware of, but it can support services going to Canada. Thanks.
I just want to make a comment that Captain John Falvey made 20 years ago when he first came to Alaska. He said that when we were talking about high-speed ferries and we were going to convert our entire fleet to high-speed ferries, he said, you know, you can keep on repairing your old ferries, but there reaches a point where it's not economically feasible. My question is, have we reached that point with the Matanuska? And my follow-up question is, what about the Laconic? Solo certified, it went into Aurah, they both went into Prince Rupert for years. Have you considered returning either of those two vessels to Prince Rupert?
Now, this is an excellent question. So show of hands, who thinks we should keep Matanuska sailing it and reinvesting the needed money? Okay, I should back up, because we did just receive $37 million from our federal partners to reinvest in Matanuska. We are all under this decision that we need to make about how we do this moving forward. Do we reinvest in the dead end corridor project, which it needs in order to keep sailing beyond 2024? We know with recent corroded steel and other damages that have been discovered that that project's likely to exceed $50 million. Do we proceed with that project, or do we reinvest that money into a new mainliner moving forward? This is a tough decision, and a lot of people are weighing in right now, including our crew, staff, our representatives. It's a great conversation point. So I'm curious, what would folks like to see?
Maybe some balance, and maybe Scott answers the question, can we do a little bit with the old Matanuska and save the rest for the new Matanuska? Because that's what the new one replacement's going to be called, as well as the Matanuska 2.
Well,
get
everybody off the hook for not to raise their hands. Okay, but to answer your question in all seriousness, we are looking at it. We want to take a pragmatic approach because we need this vessel to keep sailing. It's a critical part of our fleet in order to get into Prince Rupert. So we want to maintain it, but over $50 million is a tough sell. Not many people want to make that investment into a vessel with a short life. So what we would like to propose is making the minimal amount of repairs necessary right now so that it can keep sailing even this summer in case the Columbia has challenges. It hasn't sailed for a couple of years. It's going to be out there. That's great. However, maybe there's an opportunity to look at that design again on the dead end corridor project, and perhaps we could find a solution that's not $37 million, that is would meet the requirements of the Coast Guard, and there's just a lot that has to go on behind the scenes, including conversations with the Coast Guard, our engineers, and others. So I guarantee you there's a lot of people weighing in on this, and we'll continue to talk over the next couple months. And so please stay tuned if you want to be part of that conversation. I hope that answers your question.
Robert, you were a little bit prescient in terms of part of my comments, which would be years ago in Kodiak, they got funding for repair of Mill Bay Road. But they had another road that actually needed more repair than Mill Bay Road. So they changed one road to Lower Mill Bay Road and the other road to Upper Mill Bay Road and solved their problem. So, yeah. So I think there's a solution to this, and maybe more clever. My questions actually, I think, are for Matt and for David. It's with regard to electrification, and particularly with the ferry terminals.
And I apologize that I have a very fragmented attention span. So Matt, were you talking about with your ferry terminals using either tidal or deep ocean energy for part of the electrification of the terminals and the recharging stations?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Our intent is just to tap into and work with the local utilities on what their grid currently provides. In some cases, that may mean we need energy storage, as was mentioned by David earlier, for smaller locations. But fortunately, the utilities either are extremely clean or have a clear roadmap to be net zero. And so Seattle City Light, for example, is almost entirely renewable hydroelectric power. So we don't need to create our own energy generating capacity. We are doing things like putting solar panels on our terminals and things, but that's sort of a different order of magnitude than the 10 megawatts we're delivering in 20 minutes to the ferry.
Thank you for that. And so then I guess maybe the follow-on question to John would be, in terms of thinking about the next stage from the terminals and the ferries themselves about the rural energy systems that are available and what those sources are, how would, was there an analysis of that about the next generation? How clean is the next level of energy that you may be tapping into?
So I can say in the work that we did, what I did say is putting the battery storage system in a port, it provides the flexibility to be able to take from future hydroelectric or lower rate the energy into the batteries on shore so that they're ready for a rapid discharge to the boat when it comes into port.
Thanks, Winetta. And by the way, Winetta is vice chair of our Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board. So one response I could have is that this study that LEFA completed was primarily focused on these 6 ports and did the thorough analysis of those 6 ports. With the other terminals like Kodiak, for example, there is whether or not the question will be if the energy infrastructure is there to sustain like what Matt had mentioned of 10 megawatts in 20 minutes, for example. And in those communities where that is possible, then we could look at energy storage and shoreside charging. But until the energy infrastructure is in place, that shoreside charging won't be the immediate solution there. That's why a lot of what we're talking about right now is about bundling our projects, because transportation isn't just roads and highways anymore. What we're seeing is transportation is now connected with our partners in energy. It's connected with broadband. It's super integrated. And so we can't be working in a community on a project just in isolation. So we are trying to break down silos because you nailed it, really. Our electrification of the marine highway system, if that's the direction that we're going in, where practical, it has to be integrated with the community's energy systems. So that part of the study is what's next. We've laid the groundwork and we've talked about some of the digital ways that we could do this analysis, partnering with the Marine Exchange, for example. And so there are people that are looking at this. We're just not there yet with what that would require. There's a lot of projects under development out there. I mean, we were talking about hydrogen hubs and offshore wind, and there's some cool things that are happening around the state. And so we're just trying to be versatile and future-proof because we don't know what it's going to look like, but we do know we're going to want like a DC bus system or electrified propulsion, and we just want to get ready. So that's what we're doing now with our design. Is maybe you don't know the answer, what the fuel is going to look like, or what the electricity, if it's going to be green or not in the communities. However, we can be prepared so that our vessels can handle a variety of fuel sources. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
All right, so it is lunchtime, but I have two things to say before we break. The first is Southeast Conference is providing lunch, so I hope you'll stay and enjoy that. We are sponsored today by HDR, and we'll have Aurah Landau here to offer some information during the lunch presentation that will be, I think, helpful to all the communities as we look ahead to funding new projects. And finally, the panel will be here all day, isn't that right? Okay, so there'll be a chance to ask questions during the course of lunch, perhaps afterward. But I want to say this in conclusion to this panel. A lot of things, a series of events had to happen to bring us to where we ended up with last week's announcement. Congress had to pass the infrastructure bill. The agencies had to MARAD and FTA, in our case, for the section 71102 and 71103 funding, had to implement notice of funding opportunities that were consistent with the law, which favored Alaska to some extent for some of these projects, but also had to implement presidential orders that were sort of unrelated to the legislation, had to get those published timely, establish those timelines, take applications, review them, faithful to the criteria in the law. The state of Alaska had to fight for the projects and address the criteria in the NOFOs, the notice of funding opportunities, that started to fall off, right? So all these things came together, but the short of it is, in applying for the money, Katherine Keith's shop, with help from her staff, and I know from Alaska Municipal League staff as well, they hit a home run on their applications. And what does a crowd do when someone hits a home run? Let's hope for another home run next year, home run derby from here on out. So thank you very much. We'll break for lunch, and we'll start here shortly with Aurah's presentation. Mr. Aucoin, Mr. Van Ruden, thank you very much. We appreciate your participation in today's panel.
You're very welcome. Great conference.
Here, representing HDR is our own Aurah Landau. She's a senior transportation planner at HDR, based here in Juneau, And HDR and Aurah have mounds of experience in assisting communities, nonprofits, other organizations, and accessing and implementing grants. Aurah's going to share some of that information with us now. So please welcome Aurah Landau.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. Give me a second. I'm going to adjust this because I'm a little shorter. Okay. Thank you, Southeast Conference, for the opportunity to provide insights that might help communities in the region access funds for vital infrastructure projects. And while you eat your lunch, I'll talk about several ways you can position your city for success with federal discretionary grants. And later this afternoon, I'll join a panel to provide more specific guidance on how to supercharge your grant applications to maximize grant awards. I will touch on a little bit of that here if we have time as well. And a quick question, I looked at the agenda and I realized that nowhere on the agenda is somebody talking to upcoming transportation grant opportunities. Just can you raise a hand if you want me to cover that here as well? Just let you know what the coming NOFOs are. A handful of you? Yeah, okay. I will, I'll go a little bit more quickly through what I was planning to talk about and then spend a little time just letting you know what the schedule of upcoming NOFOs will be specifically for transportation grants. Okay, next please. Okay, by way of introduction, I'm Aurah Landau. I'm the Alaska Grant Program Lead for HDR and I'm a transportation planner. I lead the Alaska Grant Program in assisting communities, nonprofits, and agencies in securing federal funding. We work with transportation, water, energy, facilities, resiliency, environmental grants, resources, and just kind of every need that's out there in Alaska. The grants that I've worked on in the past 12 months include FEMA, FTA, FRA, FHWA, MARAD, EDA, HUD, DOE, EPA, and NOAA grants. And it's important to recognize that transportation projects can fit into a lot of different categories. I think Katherine, Keith said earlier that when you're looking at transportation things, you're not just in the transportation silo anymore. So there are EDA grants that can cover transportation needs, or EPA grants as well. So I'm the point in person leveraging more than 250 advisory services staff within HDR, and HDR is an engineering firm specializing in financing, planning, engineering, design, public involvement, environmental and construction services, and we work across Alaska, around the world really. And we work for clients of all sizes, and our focus is to help you solve the problems that you have and develop critical infrastructure. And so in my role in Alaska Grant Program is I leverage about 250 advisory services staff, and they work with our clients to go all the way through the funding process, from developing a customized funding strategy, preparing grant applications, and then including tailored benefit cost analyses, and then completing technical requirements in the applications. And then we provide post-award services like grant management and construction administration. So we link the business, technical, and engineering sides to get you from zero to complete with your projects. Next slide please. Okay, so over the last year, communities around the country have grappled with the question of whether or not to pursue federal grants. I think, in Southeast Alaska, we're pretty mature about that. You've kind of gone through this thought process a lot, but there are pros and cons to keep in mind at all time. And I'm including this information because, there are these considerations that are worth revisiting every time you decide whether or not you want to apply for a grant. So some of the benefits are, obviously, you can get additional funding. You can fill project funding gaps where there just aren't other available funding sources. You can use federal funding that you've won to cover needs, and then free money for other projects. So you have more financial flexibility for your community, and you can get project attention as well. And it's particularly helpful when you're thinking about a planning grant to raise the profile of a project in your community. And there are a number of challenges associated with the federal grants, always worth keeping in mind on a grant by grant basis, because they have impacts to your financial planning and to the timeline and deliverable that you have. Next, please. So one of the most important things to think about is pre-positioning yourself for grant success. So once you want to develop a grant program, and we heard from, again, Katherine at Merad, that there are a number of applications that just didn't meet the grant criteria, that they were not, for PIDP, that they were not freight focused. And, that's really a loss for communities, because they spent the time and the effort to put that together. They're really wanting that funding. And it's when you can do pre-positioning work to evaluate your projects to match grants and prioritize projects for applications, you're making sure that the efforts you put forward are both eligible and then competitive for your grant opportunities. And then when you start to do this kind of pre-planning work on a program level, you can develop a multi-year strategy. And it's really important to think about that, because you can have different phases of project development. You work through different types of planning and construction grants. And then you can do your financial planning, so you have some sense of predictability for your city budget for out years. And there are a few steps. You're going to evaluate your projects to match grants. You want to review project lists to figure out eligibility and readiness, and then you're going to prioritize projects for application. When you develop a multi-year application strategy, you're going to combine knowledge of engineering, project development, the federal grant programs, application know-how, and then your financial and political needs at your community. And that will give you direction, focus, and an actionable work plan. It takes all this, like, wow, there's a lot out there, and funnels it into something that's going to be most effective for your community. When you do all of that, then you start to be able to assemble your application team. You've got the staffing in place that you need to help support you realizing your efforts to do the applications, because as everybody knows, it's an effort, right? It takes work to do these applications, and particularly to do them well. And then when you're positioned well, then you can manage the award, and you can also pre-position for performing that work. So grant agreements are now taking 6 to 16 months to process. There's just a lot of grant agreements out there that are being worked through. And so, as an example, the Safe Streets for All awards were just announced, and there are a couple of winners in this room, so congratulations to you. But it'll be Q1 or Q2 of 2024 before you're doing any procurement on your grants. And when you can do this pre-positioning and planning, then you can really start to dial in those schedules and timelines to integrate all those activities into your staff and your city work plan. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so just very briefly, grant applications require robust storytelling, detailed technical information, compelling visuals, political alignment, compliant economic analyses in the form of a benefit cost analysis for many programs, and that is different than a generalized economic analysis. Applications require risk mitigation planning, and then proof of grant management readiness. And so that's a commitment to do that well. And probably from a community standpoint, maybe not like worth the resources to not do well. Next slide. So when you're pre-positioning, you're gonna be looking at team leadership and participation from staff across your divisions, and likely with support from outside city staff. There are a number of different types of skill sets that are very distinct skill sets. It is extremely unlikely for you to have one person who can do all these things well, and it's much more likely to have 5 or 10 people who can each do one part of these things well to do a good application for you. So you want to round up those skill sets and apply them to your project. Thank you. Next slide, please. Reading my mind, but I was like, what should I go back? Okay, so program resourcing. Across the country, there are basically 4 models that we're seeing communities use for how to resource your grant application program. And these are models that are used for communities of all sizes, a couple hundred people all the way up to, very large communities. And so there are 2 that we're seeing that are being effective. One is a staff increase or reallocation. And that's making sure you've got somebody who's tapped to manage the project, a grant program, and then manage the application projects themselves. The second approach are on-call contracts, and different communities have different needs. Sometimes they need strategy and program management. Sometimes they need application and BCA. Sometimes they need grant and construction administration. Sometimes they need all of that. And then what we're seeing that's not working, and we're seeing this reflected in less competitive applications being put in, and we're seeing it reflected in also communities not being able to mobilize to meet grant deadlines. Okay, so the 2 things we're seeing are adding to current workloads. I mean, everybody's already working super hard, and adding a big lift to produce a grant application is challenging. And then piecework is another approach that isn't generally working. There's one exception, I'll explain this later, but piecework tends to not give communities the ability to manage their program over a multi-year strategy. I will say for all of these, the staff increase or reallocation or the on-call contract, that the goal there, it doesn't really, I think it's great for communities to hire internally, right? Because you've got local jobs and local, you're bringing local expertise in, and that's a really important benefit. So that's a good way to go as well. And then on-calls often are, I think for many communities, are best used when there's technical skills that are not available within your staff. So these, and then for those technical skills or those on-calls, you want to use qualified firms with a proven track record of success, and then adequate staffing to meet your surge needs, because you might have needs of applying for a couple of applications at once. And there are a number of good resources around. I would recommend asking for qualifications and experience, like going through a real RFP process to find the ones who could do a quality work for you. Okay, next slide. Oh, and I will say, the structures that seem to provide the contracting structures that seem to provide most flexibility for communities are to do a capped T&E with clear scope, rules, and deliverables. And so you've got the maximum flexibility to get the job done. You've got your financial cost managed, and and you don't have to like micromanage within that. So that's a suggestion there. Yeah, so I guess I'll speak to the exception is that there are some situations where a community might just have 1 or 2 grants you want to apply for over the couple of years, and therefore, every grant is really specialized in what you need to do for it. And so that would be a case where piecemealing is a really good approach. Okay, so in this slide here, communities have really different infrastructure needs, different approaches to their project prioritization and their CIP management, and differing financial and staffing abilities to manage a grant program. So I'm going to describe a couple of different ways Alaskan communities have addressed this, and maybe you'll see yourself in here and look at potential approaches to managing a program over a number of years. And just a note, Alaskan communities really in this, in how they're dealing with their grant program management are very similar to communities around the country in terms of needs and constraints. So this first town, the population, 4,000 or so, they had a really well-developed and organized CIP list that they worked through on a regular basis. And that was a really successful project system for them. They had money, they just worked through, and it was a list that was state of good repair list. So when things needed maintenance work or replacing, then they got added to the list and they looked at the lifetime available to that asset and figured out their scheduling based on that. But the projects were too small and too focused on maintenance to be competitive for federal discretionary grants by themselves. So the strategic approach for this mindset for this community was to get out of a maintenance mindset and to bundle projects together in citywide thematic approaches, like all energy upgrades at the schools, to develop packages of projects that were across the community competitive for federal grants. This community also had long-term needs that were too big to tackle in their CIP. Like they didn't even show up on the CIP, the 5-year CIP, they weren't even there. And so they weren't even on the local radar after the long-range planning had been done and the plan was put on the shelf. And yeah, wow, that's a great idea, but we can't do that, right? So, but a deep dive into the community vision identified important and community-changing projects that are competitive for federal grants. And then lastly, this community, because they're so, because they have a strong financial model already, they needed a way for the multi-project readiness pipeline and grant financing plan to plug into their financial system. So we're developing some ways that they can do the financial planning to integrate with grants on that. And that will provide them with the scheduled activities that they can undertake every quarter for the next 4 years to advance their projects and apply for grants. And having the ability to focus their activities and schedule out their workflow and expenditures means they've got this, they've got this feasible plan. They know how they're going to staff it. They know exactly in year 2 years from now which project they're going to apply for the grants. And it's just so much easier to manage that way and to work with their assembly to get approval on everything. So, okay, next slide, please. Okay, this community is similar in size to the last one, but they had a completely different need. They had lots of road and water and port and resiliency and green infrastructure projects that were already scoped and in some stage of project development. And all of those things really hit the merit criteria very well for a number of different federal grants. But they hit the merit criteria for RAISE and PROTECT and PIDP. And so this community was like, what? How do we focus our efforts, right? And how do we scope our projects so that we're really actually competitive? We're not just shoehorning pieces in there for the grant application. So they were like, how do we make sure we're eligible and competitive with all these opportunities? And if we have 6 projects that are actually eligible and competitive for RAISE, how do we prioritize over 4 years, 5 years? Okay. So they needed to be able to focus. And then they also had to juggle those grant activities with their ongoing project development, which is very robust, and then a high level of public involvement in their infrastructure development. So in this situation, a multi-step process was needed to first evaluate a bunch of different scenarios of project combinations to find the project bundles that were competitive for grant programs. So we plugged our engineers and our subject matter experts in with our grant experts and our financial analysts, and they developed those project bundles. And the result is that about 20 of the city's projects will feature in applications for multiple grant programs over the next 4 years. And additionally, several of those grant programs will have more than one application from this community due to multi-year phasing approaches. So, so when you start to permutate and combine all the different activities associated with implementing this program, again, it's overwhelming, right? So we refined the activity schedule based on political priorities to hone down in on the top 5, or I think it was 6 maybe, projects. So, you know, we did the readiness, the eligibility, the readiness, and competitiveness layers, and then plugged in the political priorities to really focus to what that high community focus or an interest really wanted this community to do. And that created, and then we looked at the project development needs okay, so that created a small group of projects, and then we put the project development needs in there as a layer to develop the activities over time. So again, at the end of that process, they had a multi-year schedule for application that accounted for the project development activities. For this community also, they needed a financial tracking plan to manage all activities, costs, and funding one. So they got a clear game plan out of it. Okay, next community, please. No, next slide. Okay, this is an approach that a number of different communities are using, which again, you might find yourself in, but these are communities that range in size, and they each had a discrete project they wanted funding. Buildings, bridges, pet or safety facilities, energy upgrades, water projects. And in these cases, they had to find applicable grant programs and assess their project competitiveness. So the approach here was more straightforward, but still required equal parts deep knowledge of modal or sector project development combined with knowledge of grant eligibility and competitiveness. So they were able to identify. So delving into project development details, we either found projects for which programs for which the projects would be competitive, or we suggested project scope, schedule, or budget changes that would shift those projects so that they would actually then be competitive for planning and construction grants. And in some cases, there were not funding sources available. And so that's an important thing to know too. You don't want to go after fund sources that you're not eligible and competitive for. So valuable outcomes for these communities were clear pathways to funding their few priority projects. And then, for them, because they've done the work to identify how those projects align with grant applications, then they can very seamlessly roll into doing the applications themselves. So there's an efficiency there. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is the last kind of case study for a community, but this one community had, oh, and by the way, I should tell you the photos do not match the communities. Yeah, I know, Ketchikan's like, wait, that's not me. So this community had one priority project that they really, really wanted, and it was an important industrial road, but they had to figure out how to make that project work for specific grant parameters that included having positive economic benefit. In this situation, the solution was to run a whole bunch of different BCA analyses on multiple project scope and schedule scenarios to find the approach that presented the best benefit cost ratio and one that passed US DOT muster. So it took developing 7 different roadway utility improvement scenarios and finally found one, that exceeded the benefit cost ratio of 1 and made it eligible for a program. So now that the analysis is done, that community is moving ahead with an application. They are actually using that analysis and the application to then apply for a number of different grant programs, because they're like, we got all of our eggs in one basket on this project and we're going for everything on this project. So, okay. So as you can hear from these case studies, each community has really different needs based on geographic, financial, cultural, project development needs. So there are lots of ways that you as communities can pre-position. The really important thing is that you do it. You take the time to go through developing your plan, right? And what you haven't seen here are the smaller communities, 300 8-person communities. And what those communities are typically doing are doing on-call contracts to match their projects to grant opportunities, or they are focusing on one project and they're just working that one really hard, all angles. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to highlight 2 bigger entities because we can kind of cross-apply lessons from their long-term approaches to help you maximize at the city level as well. At the passage, actually even before the Infrastructure Act passed, this one agency already knew what projects they needed funding based on their state of good repair needs. They're a single modal focus. And they quickly saw the opportunity through funding through federal grants, and they immediately contracted out long-term embedded style grant writing and BCA support. And that made sure that they had quality support to meet any and all grant deadlines that they choose to shoot for. And they also put into place program management and grant administration support to free their staff for their regular day jobs while assuring that their grant program is well tended to. And you know, this is, I would say that this is an approach that we're around the country. We're seeing MPOs in cities the size of, you know, Ketchikan, Juneau, Sitka, Petersburg, Wrangell. They're doing this approach as well. The scale of what they're looking at is, you know, in terms of numbers of projects is of course smaller, but it's the same approach. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, there is another agency that had a problem that they needed to solve, which was to pick priority projects off a long list of potential projects and high political profile projects for many of them. But there wasn't a lot of information to be able to use to distinguish at a glance which projects might be most competitive for certain grant programs. And I'm using a snapshot here from a similar project we did for another agency down south. Again, protect everybody here. Okay, so what this approach did is it took a whole bunch of different projects, all potentially competitive for a bunch of the transportation grants. And it then screened those projects based on the grant program evaluation criteria, and then overall project readiness and characteristics of the benefits of those projects to create an apples-to-apples comparison across grant programs and projects, so that this agency could say, hey, for this grant program, here are top ranking or top scoring approaches or projects that we want to prepare applications for. And so that's just leveraging existing data to do that kind of work. And that's something that when you need to be able to focus onto one or two applications that you have a ton of projects, that's a good way to do it. And it's also a defensible approach because it's all data based, and you can explain that as well. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so again, why do you want to pre-position? It's, it sounds like a lot of work, and it is work to do that. It typically takes communities of the size we have in Southeast Alaska, I would say like 3 months to do this pre-positioning work. It can go faster, but 3 months is a good estimate. And it's just critical to do this with to get multi-year success with discretionary grant programs. You definitely increase your award successes, and you reduce the expenditures and the wheel spinning on projects that are not necessarily going to be eligible or competitive. You can get your actionable plan, so you have predictability within your community, which is important for your stakeholders, for your internal management, for your council decision making. You can be really clear about your funding constraints. If you are able to define federal funding sources, or more specifically, if you rule out federal funding sources through discretionary grants, then it's very clear. Then you need to go through other fund sources, TIFIA, WIFIA, bonding, what other kind of funding opportunities, and then you end up being able to be more efficient with your work, and you can do more with less, which is always, I think, something of concern or consideration of how to do in communities. Okay, next slide, please. So where to start on all of this? I mean, there's a lot of just kind of, as you know, a year into this, probably tracking what's going on, talking to your funders. I mean, it's so great that MARAD and FTA are here, and talk to other funding agencies, because they can really guide you and with some of the information about how to set up your program here. Talk to successful applicants, to figure out what they did that won. Everybody, I think we all want each other to succeed. We're all willing to share, ideas on that. And then speak with some advisors to help you figure out how to set up your program, and then how to get your grant applications really strong. Next slide, please. In 2022, HDR teams helped secure over $700 million in new federal discretionary funding that was across 19 states. And between 2009 and 2021, we secured over 2.5 billion in transportation funding for clients. And so, you know, in addition to transportation, we're supporting a bunch of other sectors: water, energy, facilities, resiliency, environmental resources, and grant programs. And we have a lot of both programmatic guidance and also programmatic for your grant program guidance, and then also knowledge of the federal discretionary grant programs, and also how they're changing every year, so that you can kind of maximize your opportunities. Okay, next slide, please. And we do more than just grants. So we help our clients through the entire funding process, developing, you know, customized funding strategies, and then going through the application and helping with the post-award services. So can you jump to, actually, I'm going to take a second. We'll stay on this slide. Actually, can you go to the next slide, please? So I'll just put my contact information there for you. I'm going to jump now to not doing slides. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the upcoming transportation NOFOs, okay? And I apologize, I don't have a slide on this, so it's going to be, I'm just going to talk through it, but there's my contact information. You can reach out at any time. And then if you want to pull out your cell phone there's a QR code, and that's going to take you to HDR's infrastructure finance page. And there are a bunch of briefs on grant programs there. There are also policy briefs related to infrastructure funding, dealing with inflation, what's happening with the Inflation Reduction Act, and you can sign up for those there. Okay, so I am going to rapid fire at you some information about NOFOs. Okay, so as you know, PIDP is open, and we are hitting refresh every couple of hours, Katherine, for the full NOFO. And that's going to close on April 28th, okay? The raise is also open right now, and that closes on February 28th, excuse me. I'm going to scroll through this and not talk about ones that don't matter here. FTA has a program for areas of persistent poverty, and you know, that's one that's due in early March, and that's one that probably is not going to have a ton of application, but in smaller communities, smaller remote communities, there might be some value to looking at that as well. There is a culvert removal replacement restoration program that closes the 6th, Monday, thank you. Okay, EPA has an environmental justice grant that's closes on the 10th of April. And then moving over to USDOT, there are a couple of programs related to charging and fuel infrastructure that will be opening in winter 2023. Protect, which is a resiliency grant. It's a brand new program under the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and we don't totally know what that's going to look like, but it's going to be focused on resiliency. That will open in winter or spring 2023. Safe Streets and Roads for All will open again for this cycle in April 2023. And I'll just say on that, about 75% of the grants for Safe Streets for All were for planning activities. And we have heard from our contacts in the agency that there were not enough implementation grants to fund. Like, they would have wanted more implementation grants. So if you have something on your mind for an implementation grant to improve safety, then go for that. There's some limitations on what you need to include for your application that make it a little challenging for something that you haven't done a planning grant for, but anyway. Okay, let's see, the multimodal project discretionary grant, that's mega, infra, and rural, that will be opening in spring 2023. There's a USDOT program, Thriving Communities, will be opening in spring 2023. There are a whole bunch of DOE NOFOs opening. There were a lot of new programs that were started under DOE that took a while to roll out, and now they're all coming out. So, so that's, just keep an eye on that if you have energy projects you're looking for. EPA has a solid waste infrastructure for recycling grant program that closes, oh, that's opening soon. Okay, and then there's a recycling education and outreach grant program as well. That's aimed towards consumers. For some of you larger communities, that could be useful. And I'm just scrolling through. We have our grants. We have 90 people that join every week to come together and share information. But okay, that's what we've got listed as the upcoming NOFOs there. USDOT, DOE, EPA, all of the agencies now have grant tracking pages that tell you what's coming out, and it's a lot to kind of keep up on. But you can always reach out to me or others, and it can help you focus in on getting the information. Okay, I am going to. Can we go to slide 28, please? Okay, I'm going to cover a little bit about what strong applications include. And I'm going to do this at a high level because I think this afternoon we're going to go into some more details. Okay, so what makes a good application is really, really clear. I'm sorry, actually, can you go to the next slide? I'm going to focus on this one because this is more detail. Okay, so what makes a good application has generally stayed the same from pre-Infrastructure and Jobs Act grant cycles. However, the focus of some of the agencies and the depth to which they're getting into some of the submitted materials is significant. I'll come back to this today, but I just want to make a couple of main points that the projects have to be eligible. There are, for the MEGA program, 68% of applications did not meet eligibility criteria. That is a lot of money to spend on applications. There's a lot of communities who really wanted to get that funding. You have to do the work to make sure that your projects are eligible. And then speaking to the merit criteria, is critical, and you have to do it in ways that are very specific. And then there's a policy focus that this administration has that is trickling down through all of the agencies. And so even and this is all very clear and laid out in the NOFOs, there's no secrets here. But those policy objectives, things that deal with equity or improving economic vitality in communities, those are items that you have to be able to address to have winning grant applications. We'll talk in a little more detail. I also want to say at a high level that benefit cost analyses are getting ripped to shreds. And Meilani and I did a little coordination for this afternoon, and she's going to talk about BCAs, but I will tell you, we've had a number of projects where the level of questions about BCAs are very detailed, questioning the emission factors that are used in BCAs, and asking whether rewriting base case scenarios upon which the entire BCA is run, and therefore then recreating an entire BCA that was submitted. Like, it is very detailed. So you really want to be sure when you're doing your economics associated with projects that grant programs that need BCAs, that you work with an entity, and there are a number of them who do actual BCAs that are compliant with USDOT or FEMA guidelines. And those are two different sets of guidelines, by the way. So make sure that you have that experience, because a set of economic benefits to a community is not the same thing as an economic benefit from a transportation asset. They're calculated in very different ways. So just wanted to highlight those couple of things. I'll get into more later. Let's go ahead and do some questions for a few minutes here until we run out of time.
Exactly what kind of a BCA is required, and I don't think I understand them, but can you give me an example?
Sure. So a benefit cost analysis is weighing the actual costs associated with the project against monetized benefits of the project. USDOT has guidance on what kinds of benefits can be monetized and how to calculate them and how to develop your, and what factors to use in the calculations. For example, they have like per mile emissions factors and greenhouse gas reduction factors. Every benefit cost analysis, if done right, is a case-specific analysis because you are looking at a no-build scenario, which might include degradation, or it might include, there are costs associated with a no-build scenario as well. And then it also includes scenarios, economically defined scenarios that explain the benefits that will be achieved over time. You can include soft benefits in a BCA. They have to be calculated in a different way. And a statement of, saying we're going to have economic benefit, that doesn't cut it. You have to actually show how. You have to be data rich on that. Does that help you? Is it a new asset? Yeah, that's a hard one. Yeah, it's a hard one. So, one of the things you might look at there would be increased pedestrian travel versus car travel. You can monetize that. You can look at there are calculations associated and figures associated with safety benefits as well. So you can plug those in. But this is why every single BCA has to be done specifically for the project, because you really have to look at what that project scope, scale, and budget is. And like the example I gave, with that community that ran through 7 different BCA scenarios, sometimes you have to change all of those things and still to get a positive ratio. You still, of course, want to make sure you're getting a positive project for the community out of that, but sometimes to get the ratio that you need, you've got to play around with it. Yeah, it takes a lot of project development and engineering economics. Yeah.
For the PIDP program, for economic vitality, instead of BCAs are acceptable for non-contiguous Lake of Alaska, do any of the other programs that you've mentioned have a non-BCA requirement?
No, that is the only one.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Now, BCAs in some projects or some programs are not required for planning projects. So that's a good way to do a whole bunch of project advancement. Like you can get to 65% design on a planning grant for some projects. So you could do quite a bit of work without having to do a BCA. This is part of this discussion gets into the strategy question of why that pre-positioning is so important. You've got to ask all these questions, know all the grant programs, know your project goals to be able to make those alignment. Yeah, that was a great question. I will say that the winning applications under PIDP last year from Alaska all very well addressed economic vitality. And they did it in data-rich ways. Maybe this afternoon we'll go into this a little more, but they really drew the lines between the project and defined economic benefit. Again, it wasn't just a statement of we're going to have a stronger economy. Yeah. Next question.
Just wanted to underscore, you talked in here, one of them about partnerships. I don't remember which slide.
Yes.
Partnerships. And I just want to emphasize how important that is. And I did not emphasize it enough, especially how much this administration cares about tribal partnerships. And that certainly is an incredibly strong factor that is considered in these applications.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to go back one slide, I'm trying not to steal my own thunder from this afternoon, but I will. So if you want to go back one slide, Dan? Thanks. Okay, so political support is essential, absolutely essential. Support from the governor's office, support from the delegation, support from your community, and then that can be in the form of endorsement. It can be in the form of a match commitment. It can be in the form of partnership in delivery, and then partnership with tribal entities, as Katherine mentioned, is a very powerful way first to demonstrate the broad benefits in your community of your project, particularly with underserved and underrepresented and underfunded entities. In some cases, and there's too many grants to get into for specifics here, but in some cases, the match requirements are different for tribal applicants or non-tribal applicants. Now, I will say that the readiness arguments of grants are getting, of applications are getting a lot of attention. Like basically, the funders are like, okay, I got 900 raise applications here that I'm looking at. Give me something that's gonna show me you're really gonna do it. And so when there is language in a grant application that says, oh, we're partnering with so-and-so, we're partnering with this tribe, that better be reflected in your scope, your budget, your roles and responsibilities, in how you describe your applicant readiness to deliver the project. You've got to have all those pieces tied together. And so that means actual work to develop what that partnership looks like, MOAs with the tribe that outlines what their role is and how they're going to implement it. And then, like I said, in the budget, you need to have individuals scoped in the budget to make that all hang together. More questions? Yeah. What steps would you take to engage the congressional delegation? There are a couple different pieces, and it depends on what type of project you're looking at. So if you're looking at a project that has an overarching agency that manages it in Alaska, you can work with that agency to help get congressional focus, right? So like DOT or something. If you're working on an EDA grant or community development block grant project, that's not going to you're not going to be going to DOT or another agency. But what you can do is you can work with the delegation's local Juneau office, and request a letter of support. Oftentimes, it works best to develop a draft letter of support, have conversations with the office, explain the project to them, tell them why it matters to your community, ask them why they might support it or what they find interesting about it, and take notes on that, draft up a draft letter of support, and then ask them to expand on the letter and to send it to you for inclusion in your grant application. In a number of cases as well, our congressional delegation can be strong advocates with the funding agency in other ways, and that kind of depends on the project and the congressional delegation's interest. I will tell you, we had a picture-perfect grant application in Florida, and it was scored, off the charts in all the criteria, and it wasn't awarded because the congressman for that district specifically said he didn't want the project. And so politics matters a lot, and we're like, that hurt. But politics does matter. I think I wouldn't say that the opposite is true, that lack of support means it won't get funded. Like in this case, this congressman was opposing it, right? So that was different. I would say that if you don't have support, it's not going to mean you don't get funded, but it does mean that it's probably it just rises to the surface less,
If you don't mind, a
Keep going, yeah.
a couple of additional things. One is you can include letters of support from anybody. They can be from local partners, from industry partners, anybody who's going to show that those public benefits that have been talked about, showing what they will be, and then providing evidence to support that is a critical element that Aurah's talked about so much. And then spec sheets for Buy America. Do you want to mention that one?
Sure. Yeah. So one of the things that's come out in this last year is that the agencies need ways to filter through a whole bunch of projects that are eligible and competitive. And Buy America, Build America is a requirement for federal funding, and including spec sheets and engineering products that show that you're compliant with those standards right now is one way you can actually make sure that those criteria are being answered and that you're not red flagging your application, basically. BABA is absolutely a necessity for these projects. And it's particularly an issue for maritime projects, right? Because of sometimes those steel or the components, you could get a waiver before. And most of the time, you can't. I don't think you can get a waiver now for those, right? Right. So your procurement might take quite some time, and you have to show that those components are available, or you need to change your engineering design to include made in America components.
There was a new construction waiver information sent out day before yesterday on January 30th. And so there are some waivers that are out there. You can get a waiver. It does have to go to the White House Office of Waivers, and it does need your district's political support. And you have to be able to show that there are reasons why your foreign parts should be considered. And it helps if your customer or end user writes a letter of support. And it does take, but there have been waivers issued because of the lack of capabilities of many US manufacturers to produce parts.
Oh, okay.
In a timely manner.
Okay, so that takes maybe back to what we had, a year ago, basically for the idea of waivers. Yeah, I don't know the details on it. I haven't seen it yet. Also, I'm not an engineer. And I will not even play one on TV. Okay, next question. All right. Thank you so much. Feel free to reach out if I can answer further questions. We'll be talking more this afternoon, and we'll actually go through these slides with more detail for you and give you some actual examples from applications of ways that are done well. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Aurah, and thanks to HDR for sponsoring lunch today. We will continue this theme this afternoon in our session 4 panel. So please bring your questions then. Our next panel is the planning panel. We'll be hearing all about Alaska DOT's efforts for long-term planning, both for the Marine Highway and for other systems in the state. We'll get started in about 10 minutes with that panel, so please stretch your legs and you take your seats, and we'll start about 1:35, 1:40. All right?
My mayor is also available.
All right, good afternoon. We are here at session 3 of our Transportation Symposium. We're going to deal in this session with planning. In other words, where are we going, right? We've talked about the funding opportunities, the capital available through the grant programs and various other sources. But key to all that is having planning in place, as I said, pointing in the right direction, knowing where we're going. So we're lucky to be joined here on the speaker's podium by James Marks. He's the Director of Planning and Program Development for State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities. Joining him is Adam Mosier, he's Program Development Chief at Alaska DOT. On the far left is Bret, he's Senior Program Manager with NATO, of which Southeast Conference is a member. And we're also joined electronically, hopefully, by John Hawkins Jr., Tribal Transportation Director for the Klinkin-Haida Central Council, Klinkin-Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. And maybe joined by listening in by Marie Heidemann as well, who couldn't be here today. So with that, we'll go ahead and begin. The state of Alaska has comprehensive and wide-ranging planning efforts underway. James Marks, well-versed in these efforts, he'll begin our discussion this afternoon. James.
Can you hear me okay?
Try the orange mic.
Yeah.
Better? Yes. Great. Thank you. So, good afternoon. Yeah, thank you, John, for the introduction. Like John said, my name is James Marks. I'm the Director of Planning and Program Development for Alaska DOT and PF. One of the things that we keep coming back to since we've been living in this world of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is this idea of legacy. It's in a really exciting time to be in transportation industry in general, but particularly in planning. When what a responsibility we have in making good decisions that the future can look back on, right? Because the decisions we're making now, what to do with this money and how to do it, it's going to shape transportation in Alaska for the better part of the next decade, right? So we're taking that very seriously and being very deliberate, but also with a high sense of urgency, because we're living in this world now where this funding is coming now, and there's this continuous idea of what they're calling federally FOMO, or the fear of missing out. And there's so much out there. You've heard just a sampling today and over the past couple of days of all of the discretionary grant opportunities and all of these funding opportunities. And there's the formula pieces that come through the state, and then they're going to be trickling down. You're going to be seeing some of those over the next quarter. Our community transportation program and our transportation alternatives program, they're out now. Record amounts of funding. Our last rounds of funding for both those programs collectively was around 50 million for CTP and about 12 for TAP. And now we're at about 110 and 25. So about double, about $130 million worth of funding just in those two programs. But wait, there's more. There's resiliency, there's sustainability, there's EV charging infrastructure, there's the community bridge program. So a lot of these things, these great new opportunities that we've just never had the opportunity to do before because we're so limited are no longer a limitation. So what is our limitation? Our limitation really becomes our capacity to be able to deliver on that promise. So partnering is of critical importance. Having good, clean, something might get me in trouble, but unbureaucratic processes, things that move quickly, right? So I'm going to talk today. I've only got, John said I only have like 5 to 10 minutes. So this is going to be some dense information. Happy to take questions at the end. But I'm going to kind of talk about what we've been working on over the last year and give you a brief snapshot into the crystal ball, if you will, of where we're going to be going over the next year and what some of these next steps are. So as John mentioned, and one of the phrases that the commissioner who was on yesterday, he keeps drilling into my head, and my staff said is, it all starts in planning. And that's so true, because so much of what we do, it trickles down from all the way down from the long-range transportation plan into modal and system plans, into area plans, which would then inform project selection and what's actually getting built. In the past, our LRTP, which is there at the top, was updated once every 5 years or so, and was a plan that was largely developed It takes about 2 years to develop those plans because of the public involvement and the different steps that are involved. But is largely a policy plan. It was a plan that was there to kind of establish it was a visioning document. The problem with that is that it doesn't have a lot of direct connections to the other plans and to the investment decision-making framework. So how do decisions get made? That's a question I get asked very often in the legislature is, how did that project get in the STIP? How do I get my project? So the quote-unquote black box of DOT can seem a bit nebulous. So part of this this effort in starting this new LRTP over 2 years ago was making it intentional, making it what they call performance-based, meaning there's actions that are attached to it, and making it deliberately connected to the rest of our plans. So one of the things, and this isn't new necessarily to transportation or even DOTs, but is new to Alaska DOT, is we're creating what we're calling a family of plans. And this is where all of these plans, they all need to work together. You can't have a modal plan, an AMHS plan, that's at cross purposes or says something different than the area plan that Marine Highways serves. There's going to be conflicts in how funding is distributed. There's going to be conflicts in how projects are evaluated. So, starting at the very top, we're about at the precipice of wrapping up our long-range transportation plan. That plan is going to have in it some new things that LRTPs have not had in the past. I said before, it's going to have objectives and specific actions that we're going to be taking. So at the end of it, there's going to be a work plan that's going to be created that we're going to be able to publish and show at the end. This was our plan. Did we do it or not? And if not, why not? So getting into these cycles where we can kind of continuously improve. We're also setting it up as a hierarchy, meaning having certain plans at the top of the hierarchy that can inform or direct other plans. The middle tier, or what we call the strategic investment plans, this is a new plan. This is another thing that I heard, last legislative session is documentation of how decisions are made. There's a lot of regulation. There's a lot of things out there that kind of talk around how decisions are made, but don't really get very explicit and spell it out in a way that's transparent to the public, how we're making decisions, or how the public can engage in the decision-making process. So this strategic investment plan is going to spell all that out. How does a project go from idea to getting funded, and what are the different channels for getting there? It's a very complex subject, and I'd be happy to sit down for hours with someone if they're interested, but moving from that would then inform our modal and our system plans. So these are things like our active transportation plan, our highways plan that we'll be developing, other network plans, our transit plan. Both of those would then start to inform our area plans. And this is where the rubber meets the road in terms of where local priorities are needed and heard to be need to be recognized. This is also where on a go-forward basis, we want to start including projects of regional significance or area significance. Largely in the past, our area plans have not included fiscally constrained lists of projects. Sometimes they had ideas. The Southeast Plan from 2004 listed out a bunch of corridors that could potentially be used to connect communities and things like that. But what are we actually going to do over the next 5 years or 10 years for the duration, the life cycle of that plan? So that's where some of this stuff is heading. Next slide. So this is I actually took some time to run this by Robert and others, not before this, but just in general. I've been reaching out to our ARDers because, as I said in the beginning, one of the biggest things for us in being able to deliver this is partnerships. ARDers, Alaska Municipal League, have been staunch partners in doing this. And when he looked at this slide, he made the very simple comment, there really should be, arrows coming back up. Those area plans should be going back and informing. And, as a planner or even a division of planners, we think about that. And we kind of, but being deliberate in making sure that there's specific connections that take those area plans, those community needs, those local needs, and those feed back up into the long-range transportation plan, back into our strategic investment plans. That's going to be new and it's going to be important. what you'll see here is there's a cycle. And if you see any of our presentations, one of the things that we're looking at within planning is this idea of agile planning, meaning our LRTP is updated once every 5 years, 4 now with IIJA. Our area plans have largely been updated every 10 to 15 years. A lot can change in that amount of time. So being more agile, being more nimble in how we're planning is going to be of critical importance over this next, particularly over the next 5 years with IIJA. But so some of the things that we're also looking at, as part of this new agile planning, which is, it's kind of at cross purposes with traditional planning, which is more of a waterfall kind of step-by-step process, is looking at things like what they call continuous plans or a continuous LRTP, where we can be more nimble in updating some of these long-standing documents and update them to the current issues, the current concerns, the current needs. Slide. So you may have heard some of this yesterday with the commissioner. One of the things that's come out of our long-range transportation plan, in the plan, they're just called focus areas. These are really going to become investment areas. So these are the things. So when we're thinking about storytelling mode, how do we invest? This is the why. So this is our why when we're looking at organizing our investments and choosing how to invest. Safety is and has been our #1 priority. It will continue to be. Economic vitality, state of good repair, resiliency, and sustainability. Now, these top 2 or 3, these have been kind of in our portfolio of things that we prioritize. Resiliency is new and it's not going to go away. As the commissioner said yesterday, we had more declared emergencies over this last year than we ever have been before, and that's not looking to change. We're having more landslides, more weather, more earthquakes. I think Anchorage area just got hit today with a 4.5. So it's not going down. So how do we fix that or protect against that? So resiliency, there's new federal funding, which is great. But how do we prioritize that? Resiliency can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Some of it is protecting assets that we know are going to get hit or have been hit. So within the state, that's an evaluation of what we call our twice hit assets, things that they get hit over and over and over again. There's also the forward look. What's going to happen? So working with UAF, with Two Bears, with other climate groups to develop a climate atlas for the state that could look forward and say, this is what the weather and climate are going to look like in 50 years. And by the way, what is that going to do? What are the facilities? How are they going to be affected in the future? So there's that prospective look. Sustainability is also a new area of funding, and that's really looking at sustainable transportation. There are some new federal programs that look at electrification of the system, EV charging, port infrastructure, greenhouse gas reduction, a lot of these things. The challenge, though, is that in some areas like resiliency, where there's like one new federal program, with sustainability, it was kind of sprinkled over a lot of different programs. So, what you see here represented is really a strategy of pulling all of those different loose threads together and multiple funding sources into a comprehensive strategy. Now, the National EV Infrastructure, or the NEVI, we're working with Alaska Energy Authority. That would be part of that strategy, but not all of it, because that's really focusing on just the corridor, building out from Fairbanks down to Seward. But there's a lot of community charging. There's building out the internationals and bookending the corridors so that maybe short-term parking or the cell phone parking lots have EV charging structures. So this represents quite a few different things. All of these things, by the way, will have a corresponding plan and or program and funding opportunities will be coming up. Slide. So again, going back to partners, one of the things, and maybe I'll give a little history. So last year in session, there's some intent language that came out of the legislator that said DOTs will, explore these regional transportation planning organizations, or an RTPO. And an RTPO, that's a federal designation. It has a lot of requirements. The goal of the intent language, as we saw it, was putting community at the center of some of the decision-making processes and prioritization. As we started talking with communities and with interested parties on what our TPOs might look like, we identified that not all states implement RTPOs. Some states do what they call like an either RTPO light. Some call them rural planning organizations or community planning. But it's recognized federally, but it doesn't have all of the same federal strings attached to it. So we can provide funding for what we're calling regional planning organizations to be able to start to do some of this work themselves, to be able to do hold their own what they call a technical advisory committee, a policy committee, do some of their own planning, prioritization of their own project lists. It gets them more tied in to the DOT process, because we would be holding regular meetings. We'd be on have there in a support capacity, not necessarily to drive. So this map shows you where we're at so far with that effort. Both Copper Valley was the first to sign the ARDR there. Fairbanks North Star Borough just recently signed. That's the non-metropolitan area of the borough. Northwest Arctic Borough is scheduled to sign. We've had to reschedule that one a couple times, but we're confident that here by the end of the month or so we'll be signing with the Northwest Arctic leadership team. The other areas in orange, these are areas where we've had conversations with Robert and John. I've had conversations with Tim at Cape Head, Kenai Peninsula, with Kristen Carpenter at Prince William Sound, and all have expressed interests. One of the things with this idea is we don't want to necessarily get into the business of drawing people's boundaries for them, but at the same time, trying to get an idea in our head of what is this going to become? Where are we going? I always like to start any effort, begin with the end in mind, right? Like what are we working towards? And if the whole state was covered in a map with all these RPOs, what does that look like? As we've been talking with, Copper Valley and Northwest Arctic, the idea is maybe the ARDRs are a natural vehicle, or maybe there's a confluence or a nexus there in working with the DOT. Not all ARDRs are created equal, and not the whole state isn't covered in ARDRs. The YK Delta doesn't even have an ARDR. They've got other corporations like Chalista and things that might be able to step in and help. But this gives you a sense of kind of where we're going, what this may look like. And, by the way, we've got, with the LRTP wrapping up, those other series of plans will be getting started, including the Southeast plan. And maybe there's an opportunity there for the RPO, whatever that may be, to be a more active member of developing that plan. Maybe it's a co-lead with the DOT. Maybe they are lead, So this is all a pilot. So we're kind of developing this in real time, asking for feedback, along the way in real time. On the script slide there, you see a note from Jen Rosenthal. She's with Copper Valley. And if you've seen these slides from me, I'm trying to do this more often, is getting more active feedback. So I'm deliberately asking questions. How is this working? Is this right? So I asked Jen, how has it been? And be candid. We can't fix what we don't know. So Jen said, it's tough being the first, but the DOT staff are helping us, and we are figuring it out together. The biggest takeaway is to not rush in, have your policies and procedure in place. Don't let DOT's schedule push you to make quick decisions that may not benefit your community. So all great. The whole thing that she said is great and all very true. If we were to look back at the MPOs, the Fairbanks area, or even with the current Mat-Su, we started providing funding to the Mat-Su Borough in anticipation of their becoming an MPO 2 years ago. So they've been working on developing their bylaws, their policies, developing their long-range plan, their TIP, their transportation improvement program 2 years ago, and they're still working through all of that, even with some Copper Valley. There's no one to blame. It's a very exciting time and a lot of new opportunities that we want to grab a hold of right now. but you know that they went ahead and they went for it, and they found out very quickly, like, we should have had these policies and these bylaws and all these things in place. So they're having to go back and do some of that now, and that's okay. You know, we're doing that with them and helping them through that process. So you know, this is a pretty big opportunity, I think, for the state. And you know, after that first RPO was signed, the governor went down to Copper Valley with the commissioner, and they signed it. And the commissioner, you know, was texting, he's like, "Yeah, it's great." And I was like, and my response is, you know, this is, you know, first off, congratulations, but second, this, you know, is a potential watershed moment in transportation planning in the state. And it doesn't stop here, meaning there's a big focus within the department, within the state, for more community-driven planning. What does that mean? Well, when we think about, you know, what, and I'm not sure if Deputy Commissioner Keith or Commissioner Anderson mentioned it, but the department is heavily leaning into this idea of teaming, breaking across boundaries and silos and creating teams that can storm these problems. And at the middle, the nucleus of that team, which we're representing with a series of circles, you know, is community-driven planning. They're a part of our meetings. They're a part of these things, and more so, you know, than they are now. So that's all very, very exciting stuff in the world of transportation planning. Slide, sorry. So I wanted to leave you with this. This is going back, you know, again to that first slide with the LRTP and showing all those connections. Is what does that mean in reality, and how do these things start to take form? So this is fresh. We had a strategic planning session with the commissioner's office this last week and started to map all of this out. We've been working towards the AMHS long-range plan, the short-range plan, the Southeast plan, the Southwest plan, the Prince William Sound plan. All of these things are all happening, and they're all happening kind of concurrently, kind of on their own track. But for all these to work together, there needs to be connections, and not just in saying that this plan will reference that plan, meaning we need to develop these things together. They need to work off the same data in the same way and recognize data the same way. So, you know, part of the strategy for what we're considering our Southern Alaska planning effort is creating this kind of overarching steering committee that the commissioners are part of, that the deputy commissioners are part of, I am, and as well as other subject matter experts and team leads, Shem Lynch, that will help to provide those linkages, that will help to ensure that we have the right things in the right places, to ensure that we're engaging with the public in all the right places. And, you know, by the way, maybe Southeast Conference or Southwest or Prince William Sound Economic Development, maybe they become, you know, advocacy or advisory groups to the steering committee or part of it, you know, if we start going down this RPO path. So there's this really interesting, you know, new way of planning that we haven't done before, that would then, you know, all of that would then feed into, you know, each of the different area plans, this, what we're calling this new waterways plan. And this is, you know, distinct, but will also help to inform the AMHS long range plan. And this is looking at everything in the waterways, because there's more that happens in the water than AMHS. There's freight, there's, you know, public traffic, rural ports, docks, barge landings. So trying to put some of this funding and some of these new opportunities to work in, you know, what some are calling this kind of whole of government approach, because it's not just DOT anymore, right? IIJA has a lot of stuff in it, and you heard it from Deputy Keith. It's broadband, it's energy, it's greenhouse gas, it's all of these things, and all these things are going to be necessary for building these plans. And I think that's my last slide, and I'll hand it off there to Adam.
Yes, hello everyone. Adam Moser, Program Development Chief. I know Marie Heidemann, who is your South Coast Regional Planning Chief, wanted to be here and have this conversation with y'all. Unfortunately, she was not able to make it today, so I'm pinch hitting. Differences in our position, she of course is the planning chief for all the South Coast region and works with you very much at the project level, her and her staff, on your projects in your areas. My role with the department and the division is overseeing the state programs from that statewide level and trying to ensure that all of our field office planners and planning staff, they have consistent information and consistent standards and criteria, and that we're handling all the projects across the state fairly and consistently. That's the role that I bring to the division, a little bit different than the seasonal planners like Marie. But as James talked about, we have the family of plans, and then we have the investment areas that are coming out of the long-range transportation plan. And then how do we get projects to put into those investment areas? And some of that comes through solicitations, some that you're familiar with, of course, the Community Transportation Program and our Transportation Alternatives Program. Those are, of course, out there right now. Next slide is going to delve into those a little bit further. We also have our existing Municipal Harbors Program, grants program, that's ran at the state level. Other state programs that we do not do solicitations for, but result in projects in your communities and communities throughout the state include our Highway Safety Improvement Program, HSIP there, our preventative maintenance programs for bridge and pavement preservation projects, bridge programs, culverts programs, and other research programs that we run at a statewide, and we cooperate with other states nationally for some of that research as well. Much of the state programs, they're very data-driven. Sometimes that is required by federal regulations and federal law, how we select those projects. We do run into issues with some communities don't really like roundabouts. However, the data and the federal requirements, they tell us that we pretty much have to build those in those areas because they do reduce collisions, they reduce accidents. So that's what I'm using that as an example to say how we try to solicit in some of our programs project ideas from communities directly. And some of these programs, most of them coming with those federal dollars and have the federal requirements attached, are very much based on certain criteria for how you select those projects. New programs, this is coming back to that excitement with IIJA and the bill that we'll be rolling out. One that is currently out there right now that we're working really hard on and getting, that does not impact the South Coast area so much, but is our Safe Ice Roads for Alaska program, working with communities throughout the Kuskokwim area and up to the North Slope and in between. On those, we made 13 awards to communities to improve and hopefully support their ice roads this season. Resiliency Coastal Protection Program. This is one that we do hope to be doing a solicitation for this fiscal year. And then these would be rolling every 2 years just about for all of these new solicitations for projects. The Resiliency Coastal Protection, that is very much focused on beefing up our infrastructure to make sure that it can withstand natural disasters and other disasters there. Rural ports and barge landings. This is a program also, a new eligibility for some of our federal funds that come to the department and making that an opportunity for local communities to present projects that they think are valuable and compete amongst themselves for that funding. These would be ran very similar to the Community Transportation Program and TAP program that you're familiar with, in that we would ask for your projects, we would have set criteria that they would be judged against, and then the winning projects selected for funding. Sustainable Transportation Program, sorry, don't want to skip. Community Bridge Program is actually really exciting for you all. Those do have to be off-system bridges, so they're going to be local roads primarily, but that does not require any federal match, the Community Bridge Program. So those funds do come, and on the eligible bridges will be at 100% federal share. So we're leaving that match burden that we know is going to be problematic. The Sustainable Transportation Program, a lot of stuff going into this, but initially we will be looking at those things that reduce all forms of transportation emissions and electrification as well. We are cooperating separately on another electric vehicle infrastructure project, and that's with AEA, the Alaska Energy Authority. This will be separate from that, but we can also consider electrification as one of the project types. I should mention, back up on resiliency and coastal protection, a big emphasis for this program will be for helping communities and regions develop resiliency plans to ensure that the investments that we are making in the infrastructure really aligns with long-term planning around resiliency and what we expect those hazards and threats to the infrastructure to be 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years and beyond from now. So for communities that do not have really robust resiliency plans in place or areas and regions, we would be offering specific planning grants through this so that they can develop those plans and ensure that any infrastructure that's built in the future is in line with that. And that's something that very much is in line with federal priorities as well with that program. The state programs that we'll be running as well, that will be new carbon reduction program. This does look to reduce emissions from the transportation sector in a very universal way. And then also our own Protect program. This is very much focused on that resiliency and coastal protection as well. And these would be, again, we would develop our own criteria and selection criteria for our assets within the state, and then selecting projects that way. Next slide, please. On to CTP and TAP. This was a record-breaking year for notice of intent to apply for interest in the program. Luckily, we do have larger amounts of funding going to it this year, to both of the programs, CTP and TAP. But with our cooperation and partnership with the Alaska Municipal League, and we set up a new intake survey form online through the hub, the Alaska Transportation Funding Opportunity Hub. Many of you solicited your NOIAs there, and hopefully continue to put in projects that are valuable and worthwhile in your area. That's a little screenshot from the hub over there on the right. We had 182 overall eligible applicants, or sorry, NOIAs submitted, I should say. Then those get broken up into our regional planning field offices. In the South Coast region, there were 48 NOIAs that were brought in, 30 for CTP and 18 for TAP, there you can see. And then in the Southeast, broken out specifically, 34 that are still active. Whether all those get to application, we'll see. Processing those from the NOIA stage, we do have to, just for the sake of our resources and the resources of the state in general, may not take all of those to application if they're not going to be really competitive, but sometimes it takes a while to get through a lot of that application phase to determine how and get more information about the projects to determine their competitiveness. One of the big stresses on our department is coming up with those scope schedules and estimates that we have to do. We want to do those all in-house to make sure that every project goes under the same lens and is handled equitably and fairly. And we come up with the same estimates using the same baseline there. But that's a big lift for our engineers and the department to do that for all those applications that could potentially then go to that project evaluation board there. And we have the timeline up top. So we are looking to finalize projects that will be going to the PEB by mid-April, and then have those, going to our PEB for selection at the end of May. So just a week after that or so, the successful applicant should be notified. Next slide, please. This slide quite specific, I think, to the Southeast here. And I know this is one where Marie would really want to be here to chat with you all about the things she's seeing. But the road to access to increased housing needs, that's something that we're seeing as being highly competitive probably this round of CTP, sidewalk and pedestrian safety projects. This is one where, because these will be competing statewide, it is good to note that a lot of the communities here appear to be going at the minimum match required to be eligible. However, by just upping that match amount by 1% or more can get you additional points in your application when scored against the criteria. So just providing a little bit more match can help get additional points. And that's how communities who are able to do that, they can provide a little bit more match and get more points. So it can be helpful if you have any means of doing that. That is a note on just the competitive nature of the program. Challenges, there were several from the Southeast, I know, that were submitted for hydroelectric access and versus public access. I think that's more of, can those access roads, how much are they used for communities? Some that can probably be fleshed out with your local planners, talking them through the project, helping them have a better understanding of what that access road is really all about in relationship to the hydroelectric facility. Shared use paths in the state and right of way. How does that relate to our right-of-way and the shared use of those with the needs in the application? Sometimes going to have to be worked out. Bringing those design standards that might have been done at the community level or outside of DOT and PF, bringing those up to what DOT and PF is looking for, and that's part of that scope, schedule, and estimate process there. Maintenance agreements for roads, another thing that gets worked out between the community and your regional planning office there. Nonprofit sponsors are allowed for TAP program, and it's something, but it can present some challenges. How do those nonprofits provide that match that is required is one of those examples there. And the ability to pay required match for anybody and any additional contribution. So while that's also a theme that we saw on the table there on the left, it's also certainly a challenge, and we know match is, and try to think about ways that can help you overcome that. I think that's all we have for now. Last slide, and I think we'll save questions for after all the presentations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bret Allphin. I'm a senior program manager with the National Association of Development Organizations, or NATO for short, not to be confused with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's very important. This is my first time in Juneau, my second time in Alaska, so I wanted to share 2 observations with you about Juneau that I've had since I've been here. First, the other night at the reception, somebody asked me if I'd ever been to Russia, and I can assure you as a Appalachian from the rural Ohio, I've never been asked that question before, and I was also surprised at how many people have casually been to Russia that I was talking to, so I thought that was pretty cool. The second thing I've observed is I really enjoy the way that most of you refer to the ships of the AMHS as if they're personal friends or sports heroes. You all refer to these boats as if I would refer to my favorite baseball player or a football player or something, and I find it charming and really cool. So, those are my observations as a rural Appalachian guy from Ohio that's in Alaska. I also want to say before we start that I've never met James before, and we did not coordinate our presentations, and you'll see why in a few minutes. So let's go ahead. So yesterday, Carrie Kissel, who's my colleague right here at the table in the purple sweater there, she spoke a little bit about a project that we're working on here very directly. So we have a project that's been funded by USDA that provides us an opportunity to work with Southeast Conference on a technical assistance project. And so that also allows us to access some of our friends at the Western Transportation Institute at Montana State. And it's important for you to know that I'm going to talk more about what the project is, but we're at the very beginning of this project. So we're just getting started. We're kind of putting together what the details of the project will be. We know mostly, and most importantly, we're here so that if you get a call or an email from Carrie or I, please answer. We're real people. We know we appear to be weird people from the internet. Both happen to be from Ohio, but we really do want to talk to you if you come across things from us. So, but we're happy to be here, and we're excited to kick this project off. Next slide, please. So a little bit about NATO just momentarily. So we're a national association that's made up of multi-jurisdictional planning entities across the country. So ARDers in Alaska, regional planning councils, economic development districts, other organizations across the country. And we do have an emerging network of regional transportation planning organizations, which I've put in bold there, that we're going to talk a little bit more about in a few minutes. And it's important to recognize also that our members are mostly rural. We do have a few members that are MPOs, but most of them are rural in nature. And we have a slide in here that'll illustrate that. Next slide, please. So there's the map of our membership across the country. We do have some additional members that have been added there, but you can see we represent a significant part of the United States. And Mr. Venables is on our board, and he provides great leadership to us, and we appreciate his good representation to our Western chapter. Next slide, please. So Carrie showed this slide yesterday. So this illustrates the active technical assistance projects we have going on inside of our USDA program right now. I'm thinking we have around 15 of these that are active at the moment, and I wanted to give a few examples of the projects that we're working on. as Carrie said yesterday, again, we're not experts in Alaska. We're certainly not experts in ferry service or other things, but we certainly are adept at understanding the issues that rural communities are facing, especially in the realm of transportation. So up there in the western upper peninsula of Michigan, there's a red dot. We're working with a regional council there that's focused on trying to find ways to consolidate 2 transit systems in 2 communities that are separated by a river. And so we're providing technical assistance in that effort. There's a red dot there in southwestern Missouri. We're working with a regional council there to help them explore ways to build up their outdoor recreational economy, specifically bicycling. So we're working with some partners there on that. And then there's a dot there, and a red dot there in southern Georgia. We're working with the Southern Georgia Regional Commission to help them explore ways to identify employer transportation resources in programs like van pooling. So they've asked us to explore that, and so we're working with them to explore those types of things. And that's just kind of an example of the types of projects that we're working on across the country. Next slide, please. So the technical assistance for the Southeast Conference most directly will really include these 3 tasks. So like any good research task and project, we'll start by reviewing available information and sources of information that are out there currently. Most importantly, and what we're doing here, Carrie and I are doing at this event, is doing some initial community outreach to community leaders and other stakeholders in the region that might have information and feedback to share with us on mobility concerns, trends, opportunities, those types of things, and also gives us a good opportunity to meet folks. And then third, we do have a small amount in our budget to coordinate with a professional service provider to do some assistance through consulting that we'll work out with Southeast Conference. Then we'll figure out what that service best looks like to serve the project. But those are our 3 key tasks for the USDA project. So next slide, please. But while we're here at NATO, and especially in the Research Foundation, Carrie and I find ourselves as maybe some of the only national advocates for the RTPO program out there. I just returned from the TRB conference in Washington, D.C., and Carrie and I joked that our job on those committees is to be like, yo, rural too, also rural, like don't forget rural. And in my past life, I worked at a regional council in southeastern Ohio, and we established an RTPO program in Ohio, and I managed that program for about 10 years, and Carrie and NATO was a critical asset in helping us set that program up and get it off the ground and make it into a success. So these are some observations that we've kind of had about the RTPO need across the country that I wanted to share with you. And again, I had no idea that we were going to go here, so some of this is now redundant, but rural communities are not always engaged in statewide planning. I think that kind of speaks for itself. It's no secret that projects resulting from statewide planning processes have impacts in rural communities. Not always negative, but there are impacts. And rural communities desire increased engagement in the development of transportation projects and planning documents that come along with being engaged in the process. So go ahead, next slide. And again, the RTPO program, and James did a great job. It's a designation that came around most powerfully after MAP 21 in 2012. There was really a change of just one word where states were required to coordinate with local non-MPO communities as opposed to consult with them. And that kind of changed everything. And so I think since 2012, there's only been 2 states that have enacted the RTPOs. That's been Ohio and Oklahoma. So Alaska would be one of the only that's done that after that. So, and again, this is a designation that DOTs can utilize in states, and if states choose to. Go ahead. So currently there are around 30 states that are using the RTPO designation and working with local non-MPO communities in statewide planning. And this is a map that illustrates where those states are. And we have a lot of resources on details about these programs, the funding they get, the scheduling that they do, who's doing it, how long have they been doing it. Many of these states have been operating RTPO programs certainly since the 90s, some of them even longer than that, the 70s and 80s. But it's a powerful tool for local communities to get involved in statewide planning, and we're happy to add that to our kind of scope of service through our technical assistance here with Southeast Conference, and happy to bring that to the table. And I think that's it. Yes. So thank you. Thanks for making my presentation a lot more relevant. And I appreciate being here in Alaska and happy to take questions.
Bret, appreciate it. Do we have John Hawkins online? Oh, shoot. All right. Well, I'm afraid John wasn't able to make it this afternoon. Unfortunate, but we'll try to catch up with him soon. Questions for the panel on planning efforts or otherwise? Yes. Dave.
I think, can you guys, okay. I thought it was quite instructive where you had a picture of either the Tasline or the Hubbard with a bow door that has now been welded shut as a good example of where long-term and effective planning is very important. So my question is, as we enter into a new planning process, how can we guarantee, or what can we do to make for sure that what we plan will actually happen?
We'll try to answer that without getting in trouble. So I would say one of the biggest things is engagement. So there's a whole effort within DOT, Deputy Commissioner Keith, and there's a whole AMHS team that's been almost pulled out of planning. So we're engaged as part of it to help kind of shepherd and be stewards of the process. But that model that I was showing earlier, that was just showing the area plans, as part of but really there's the AMHS long range plan and the short range plan that are part of our statutory requirements when AmHob was developed, and it's really trying to get a lot of public involvement in that process. Would be the probably the best way. There's gosh, I wish Katherine was still up here, but getting engagement, but also that idea of beginning with the end in mind. When we went down that path of the fast ferries, making sure that all of the docks and everything's were configured for the ferries and the crew quarters, not crew quarters. So what I forget if it was DC Keith or Commissioner said, but it was all boats, all harbors, all ports. It's looking at things holistically, and we're trying to do that across all of our planning products to where it's not just looking at one or maybe even a couple of dimensions, but trying to look at as many dimensions as possible, but knowing what those dimensions are. Meaning, when we're looking at a community, it's not just looking at it within the scope of highways or that. It's looking at everything. So another thing that we're looking at is called a multimodal level of service. But to your point, the real way is going to be active engagement, and hopefully that answers your question. Yeah.
You talked about these regional planning groups and that, how do I know if there's one happening in northern Icy Straits region? I'm in Pelican. I'm in a rural coastal community. There's less than 100 of us, and we could benefit from some planning efforts, but is there anything going on that that I could tap into, and how do I find that out?
Yeah, I can answer from the state's perspective, and if we want to give a broader national view, but that's been not necessarily one of the challenges, but one of the I said during that section is we don't want to necessarily get into the habit of or the business of drawing people's boundaries for them. But knowing who the right folks to engage with are. So like I mentioned, I did speak with Robert and Kristen and Tim, trying to get having a meeting with the Swampsea and those areas. So I would say one, you can always reach out to us directly, and then some communities have. Homer's reached out directly. The area of Bristol Bay has reached out directly. And so we're not necessarily limiting things to just art or just things, but knowing who those are. So if there's a desire, so part of this, is a bit of a branding campaign. It's like, we've got this thing. Do you want to sign up for this thing? Is to let us know. And then we can either come out or just have a phone call, walk through some material. There's work behind it, and it's not just a lot of free money, but there is planning money. It doesn't necessarily give you capital funding for projects, but it does give you funding for doing some of that planning work, which can be incredibly important.
So in addition to that, I would say that all of these organizations, whether they're regional councils like Southeast Conference or an RTPO, their governing boards are made up of elected officials. And so your mayor, your executive judge, your chief executive, whatever they're called in your particular municipality, they should know which of those organizations they're a part of, because often they're on the governing boards in those other organizations. So your local officials is another great place to start with, who can help us.
I'll just add, Patty, that Southeast Conference Transportation Committee might well be talking about this. So just stay tuned on our distribution list and watch the agendas. And of course, you're welcome to participate there. Other questions for our panel? Right then, how about a round of applause and thanks? And don't go away. Go away, because you're about to get the best free advice you've ever had from a series of experts. From a series of experts on approaching the federal agencies, strategies, implementation of applications. So if the session 4 panelists would please come to the podium or stage, please. You say, are you doing it? Oh, my God. You go first. Instantly. Good. That was my test. Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I should have looked for a pen and, go grab one in case there's.
Also said I can't find, oh, there, it's in the last pocket. Tomorrow morning. Yeah. I've been to the place. I don't have a car with me, so just come.
Okay, into session 4 of our transportation symposium. It's our final session of the day. It is titled Insights to Preparing Applications for IIJ Funds. And we have our panel. We'll be joined in a minute by Katherine Simons as well, but we have a panel here that can offer insights, suggestions based on their voluminous experience with adjudication of some of these programs. So some of these folks you've already met joining us is Nils Andreasson. Nils is Executive Director of the Alaska Municipal League on the far left side of the table, your far right. Also joined by Meilani Schijvens, owner and operator of Raincoast Data, who you all know well. Aurah Landau, who we met, if you didn't have known her already, met at lunch from HDR, is here to offer some insights, as is Scot Rastelli, who we had the pleasure of meeting today, this morning during our second session. So I'd like to, well, as I said, we'll be joined by Katherine Simons here just momentarily. So I'd like to ask each of the panelists to begin and offer some insights, sort of reflections on effective means and methods, strategies, approaches to implementing preparing applications for funding, and then talk about some examples, and then of course take questions from those of you here in the audience to address any items that aren't covered by the panelists. So let's go ahead and pick up where we left off with Aurah.
Okay. Okay, we're just gonna wait a second until she gets those slides up that you had the preview of before. Okay, so on this slide here are some general guidance ideas for best practices for having some grant success. You know, with all the applications that reviewers are reading, you want to be very clear about your need and your project definition. You want to brand the project if you can. You want to give them a compelling nugget to hold onto for what the project's about and why it's important. And you want to develop a compelling story for why your project should get funded. So, you know, you need data, you need your BCA if you need that, and you need other things, but you have to have something that they can really hold as a central theme, a central idea. You want it to be easy to visualize. And so have a good, clear statement of your needs and impacts. A good presentation and themes will help you carry that all the way through your application to have some strength there. And then easy to read text, maps, and graphics are essential as well for creating an easy to read application and for having, excuse me, and for making it so that the reviewers don't have to, you know, continually put their glasses on and have to try and read it. Just make it physically easy on them because they're reading many applications at once. Your BCA, we talked a little bit, that should be in alignment with the best practice, the latest guidance, and the funding agency, USDOT and FEMA do update their BCA guidance yearly and change the criteria in there. You want to engage political support, both the congressional delegation, and then work with the funding agencies if you can, build those relationships and help talk about the project, and have a support from your community allies as well. You want to be sure that your scope and schedule are adequate for, your schedule and your budget are adequate for the activities and the time frame it'll take to get those done. Those are being really torn apart right now. And then you want to make sure that the project can really fits the grant criteria. And the project can be segmented. You can think about doing that. A lot of NOFOs right now are asking for you to delineate whether or not your project can be scalable to award. And so you have to think that through as well. And you want to present costs and benefits for all different scales of project level that you're applying for. So they're just kind of general suggestions, right? No secret sauce there, just those are the basic things you have to do to make sure things work. And then next slide, if you don't mind, please. I'm going to talk a bit about what we found in the last year. So we've worked on applications for probably 25 different grant programs over hundreds of communities around the country. And we have a strong success rate. We have a 30% success rate, which is the best in the industry for grant applications. And we also have done a lot of debriefs on grants we haven't won, that other 70%, because it's a lot of debriefs, right? And that includes debriefs on Alaska projects as well. So this is what we found in analyzing awards across programs and then looking at the reviews, those debriefs for the applications. We've also gone through our winning applications and really combed through and looked for trends and drivers for why those applications win. Okay, so here, you get this for free. Okay, so one of the things that we have seen is that the applications that are strongest really show that the community has prioritized the needs and that those projects fit into a development pipeline in the communities. And this ties back to what I was talking about earlier, the need for that program. Just that makes sure that your project is ready, eligible, and competitive. And you want to develop the project to a point where it's grant ready. And that you want to include your projects on your local, regional, and state priority lists for transportation, climate mitigation, safety, etc. Even because of the administration's focus on policy items like equity, greenhouse gas emissions, creating job and opportunities, grants across all kinds of sectors are requiring information related to those. So you need to do the pre-work to get your project on some of these, climate action plans and things like that. Okay, and then those elements will help you make the case for merit criteria and protection application. Then you want to make sure that you are developing your project to specifically fit a specific grant application. You hear a lot, I've heard a lot, like, oh, we'll just take our RAISE application and reapply for reconnecting communities. It'll be no big deal. And that's not the case, really. You really want to make your applications fit and speak to specifically the merit criteria of the application you're looking for. And I'm just trying to look at the slide here. Okay, so I've also heard a number of folks talk about, oh, well, we'll submit 5 applications for RAISE and they'll take the best one. And I'm just going to tell you, you're not doing your funders any favors that way. Like that kind of is really challenging for them. And it also shows that you're not super serious about those projects. So unless there's a funding program that is highly specific, like electrified ferries, you really only want to put in 1 or 2 applications and give them your best shot. You want every single thing you put in to be very serious. It's a waste of time on your end as well and money to put in frivolous applications. Okay, match-wise, you want to show commitment through match. A number of programs right now are giving extra points. Well, I should say some programs are giving extra points for higher match amounts than the minimum. There's a strategy that's involved with that. Depending on the total budget of your project, you'll figure that piece of it out. I expect that future grant programs will do more of this. There's just so many applications. All these programs are oversubscribed. That's one way to make sure that communities have skin in the game. So even if you're not required to do a match, it's suggested. Then you want to, there are also award amount distribution strategies based on the funding sources that might determine how you go through this. Okay. So you want to, this is probably the biggest thing we see in losing applications is that merit criteria are not addressed section by section, and they do not, the merit criteria discussions do not specifically address the merit criteria. Like the project is not tied to merit criteria. There's some generalized language, but it's not specific enough. And you want, I'll give an example of really good, one that's done really well. But this is probably the number 1 comment we've seen in Alaska debriefs and on our reviews of Alaska applications. I want to caution against using boilerplate language. It seems efficient and useful, but it doesn't speak to the merit criteria. It doesn't tie your project to merit criteria in ways that are going to give you high scoring. Be sure you explain Alaska-specific details related to project delivery, remoteness, and transportation systems, and custom-created maps can help you do that. Data-rich narrative is critical. Narratives that don't include data can feel like assertions or opinions when compared to a narrative with lots of supporting evidence. So you want to include data and citations to ground your statements in fact. You want to use subject matter experts to develop merit criteria data. As an example, we are just submitting today a culvert to AOP application in Salem, Oregon, and the experts who worked on that project include climatologists, fisheries biologists, hydrologists, and transportation engineers. And so and the reason why is because you want to bring in the information that's going to make your application really be strong, use the data, use the arguments that reflect that this project has significant merit. I can, for RAISE and PIDP, I can give you other kind of lists of experts to include, but I'll save time here for others. You want to leverage partnerships. We talked about that earlier. And your schedule and budget must reflect well thought out project delivery roles, responsibilities, phases, milestones, deliverables. You're going to want to work with engineering firms or others with experience in project delivery to develop your budget and your schedule. That's the level of detail that's required to do a good job on those elements. Particularly for Southeast Alaska, your timelines need to include in-water permitting work, which can be up to 18 months, 2 years to do that work. You also want to plan for negotiation time. Don't on your schedule put your project starting 2 months after award. Figure like a year or so or more. So might increase as time goes on. But okay, and your budget forms. There are new budget forms that are being developed, and then the scrutiny on which elements are put into which line items in the budget forms is very, very high. If you have your costs are put under materials instead of construction, it throws your budget form out the window. So you got to be really careful about those. We talked about specs and engineering drawings, include those. I'll leave BCAs for Meilani. And lastly, the policy priorities are really, really important to address, to weave throughout your applications. Climate change, racial equity, removing barriers to opportunity, nexus with housing, job creation. There's a focus on, oh, sorry.
I have nothing left to say. I can once leave.
Okay, geographic distribution, there's about a 50-50 split in a lot of programs, rural and urban. So, if we're describing your, rural connections.
I read down exactly in that order.
Oh, thanks. You must use the same source.
Yeah.
Well, but this is actually a case in point. It's in all programs. They're requiring all this, regardless of if it's a transportation grant or everywhere else. It's the same types of, elements of focus. So, okay. I'm going to switch to the next slide. I'm just going to take one more minute on each of these slides, and I'm going to click you through it. So I want to give you some examples of things that are done really well. Okay, these are this is from a grant that we supported. I will say we did not write this. I wish we had. It's very good. But I want to show you that you want to really clearly define the problem, and go ahead and click. Okay, this is a really, really clear statement that's very specific of the problem. Okay, go ahead and click forward. And then you want to delineate the specific project impact. Why is what's happening an actual problem? And click. And then you want to back that up with data and citations for why it matters. This is a very well done example of this. This is the level to which winning applications are writing. And go ahead and click. And then similarly with merit criteria, go ahead and click. You want to be really focused on using language that reflects merit criteria and is specific to it. Go ahead. You want to create a causal relationship between project and the benefits and the harm. This is probably the biggest thing that I see applications lack. They're very general. You have to tie the project to benefits and harms and impacts in order for it to be really, really scoring high. And then lastly, and then they're using hard data analysis to develop and support main points. Now, this particular one did use a BCA, even though they weren't required to, and it's part of the reason it was funded. They were just able to make this really strong case backed up by that analysis from the BCA. So that's what a really good discussion of some of the merit criteria and project description look like. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone have a presentation?
No.
No?
I
Okay.
mean,
Well, they can go first. Okay. Wow. Well, take this up. Well, that was really good. I was laughing up here because I had written the exact same things in the exact same order. So I don't have a whole lot to talk about on the application, the grants writing side. But I will kind of just add a few tidbits from the reviewer side of this. So I have been on a couple review panels for discretionary grant programs at FTA before. I've never been on an IIJA review panel, but just generally, please know your audience for who you're writing this to. The panel is comprised of people who are all across the country in every regional office in DC, most of whom probably have never been in Alaska or know too much about the unique situations in your communities. So keep that in mind. The other thing to keep in mind is, I'm just going to throw the number out, $608 million worth of applications is what we received in this last round for ferries funding. And this is what I'm not hired just for this. This is just an additional thing that we do in addition to all the other work that we do. Sometimes we go to DC and do this. Sometimes we stay in our regions. It's on top of our additional duties. And so as a result, we don't have a lot of time. The succinct applications, the ones that actually specifically address the criteria without going into too much detail or too many pages and pages, we don't have time to read too many pages. Your specifics get lost in it. So please keep your application succinct, to the point, to the demonstration of need, to those criteria that are listed right there in the NOFO. Read the NOFO, read it again, read it a third time. That's your ticket. Some of the other things to consider, so FTA, when doing discretionary projects, we do consider it's the end of the day, I'm having trouble saying words now. Geographic diversity of projects is something we look into. We want to make sure these funds are sprinkled throughout the country, right? Because every taxpayer in the country is paying for it. The diversity of the transit system, we don't want all the transit systems that we award to look the same. We want to make sure that we are having big systems and small systems and mixed systems and all kinds of different diversities there. The other thing to consider, and this is for FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, we fund public transportation. We do not fund cars. We do not fund single occupancy vehicles. Your application to FTA should highlight how you are addressing the public transportation needs in your community. If it's for ferries, you can have cars on your ferry, sure. I don't want to hear about it. I want to hear about how you're connecting people. Okay. Talk about whether or not you've received other funding commitments. That's a big, if you're getting local funding commitments, that's a good indicator that this project is going to be more successful. And then specifically for the electric or low-no ferry, it depends on the number of applications, but we do want to see zero emission is the goal, right? That's the whole point of the program. That might not be achievable in local communities, we understand that. We might not get a whole lot of zero emission applications, but if you can really prioritize that, that's a priority as well. And then just pay attention to the Biden administration's priorities. Climate change, and this is the list that Aurah just said. Environmental justice, racial equity, and reducing those barriers to job access. These are all things that are really important to the current administration and should be highlighted in your applications as well. The other thing, and we get this sometimes, we do not fund tourist services. We understand that there's seasonality that is required in some of these operations. Steer away from calling it a tourist service. That's a huge red flag as soon as we start seeing coordination with cruise ships, like all that. We want to see public transportation that's open to everybody, that has a set schedule, and follows our civil rights laws as well. What else? I just have a few rambling notes here. We did put out our first year of IIJA funding NOFO. You have that in your back pocket now. You know what 2024 is probably going to look like in 2025. You have the NOFO from 2022 available use that when preparing for, when we come out in the spring for our 2023 applications. Use that as a guide for getting ready for it and preparing for it, because it's probably not going to change a whole lot. I mean, the law is the law. The criteria is probably going to be the same, maybe a few minor tweaks, but generally that's going to be our NOFO again in 23, 24. For documents, by all means, please attach documents, please include maps. Maps are huge, especially for someone. I sit in an office in Seattle. I need to be able to, I'm a visual learner. I cannot read something and understand it unless I'm seeing it. So maps are huge, but reference them in your actual application. You read the applications first, and then if there's, we look at the documents, the attachments next. Attachment A, number them, have some sort of logical scheme so I can, when we're reading, attachment A, oh, this one's attachment A. Tie back to this original document where you're writing the application, and don't assume that we are just looking at the documents and that they can speak for themselves. You have to have them described in the written part of the application. And then debriefs are available. If you do not get funding, if your application was not selected, FTA provides a debrief service out of our headquarters office that we can sit down and talk to you about strengths and weaknesses of your application and why it was not selected. So that is available. That's all I got. You want this one?
Hello. So I was on your first panel, and now I'm on your very last panel, and I've already learned along the way I'm not going to use a clicker. And if you're not laughing, you missed my presentation. So I think most of you know me here as the person who does Southeast Alaska by the numbers every year. In 2002, I was the executive director of Southeast Conference to 2004, so I've got a lot of history with Southeast Conference. That's sort of my favorite thing that I do, but there's a lot of, but it's a very small percentage of what I do, and so I'm here to talk about BCAs. So I think 8 years ago, Carl Ocatel saw me walking on the dock, and he said, "You're going to be doing a Tiger BCA for us," and I said, "Okay." And then I had to go home and look it up. I was like, I'm going to be doing a Tiger BCA. Since that first BCA, benefit cost analysis, I've done 25. And I've done them in Juneau, Wrangell, Cordova, Hoonah, Cake, and Saxman. And 10 have been original BCAs, and the other 15 have been updates. So looking at the new language, looking at the new NOFO, making sure that any rules and regulations, making sure that we're having it in the current year dollars amount. So doing sort of more minor updates. So just as I was sitting here, Nils said, "You do BCAs?" And I was like, I didn't actually tell anyone until today that I do BCAs. I kind of kept it on the quiet because there's just so much work out there. And I think it's really important work. As John Bowling started off this morning, he said this infrastructure grant, the infrastructure bill that got put out is a once in a generation thing, and there's hundreds and millions of dollars for Southeast Alaska that we could potentially get, but it's all competitive and we're only going to get it if we apply for it. So I really think it's critical that now is the time that you're doing your grant application. Now is the time to do your BCA. I have the capacity to do about one a year. I'm doing it for Wrangell this year, so we've got some Wrangell in the house. That's actually, if you didn't see me today, that's where I was the rest of the day. All the BCAs I've done have been harbor or dock related, so they've all been marine. The interesting thing about a BCA is that it sounds like it's an economic impact analysis, and it is not. It is, you look, and there's very specific things that are prescribed. So you're looking at safety benefits, travel time savings, operating cost savings, emissions reduction, facility, vehicle, amenity benefits, health benefits, capital benefit expenditures, operating maintenance expenditures, residual value and remaining service of life, and innovation technologies. And all of that ends up in a kind of economic model that's delivered by Excel database along with a report that goes with it. So that's my role. And a lot of these feel like they've been written for down south where there's lots of cars. And of course, we're translating this to Southeast Alaska, to harbors where there's lots of boats. And so sometimes we're sort of looking for more creative ways. For examples, I think a great example is when we're adding a drive-down dock to a harbor. You can look at travel time saved of fishermen who are no longer having to put all of their gear into the wheelbarrow, wheel it down the what can be a very steep, slippery gangway, and then being able to drive their vehicle instead. And so we can look at the actual minutes of time saved by fishermen and their crew and turn into value of travel time saved, which I don't think is what they were thinking when they wrote this language in the first place. But so we've been just very creative with translating these metrics into Southeast Alaska metrics. And so I don't have a lot of very specific, grant success. I did want to say this. We just talked about the debriefs, and it's really interesting because the first debrief I had on one of my projects, I've actually done two. So it was originally the Tiger Grant, then it was the Build Grant, and now it's the Raise Grant, and then we're also doing the Port Infrastructure Development Program grants. And the first debrief I got, the really big comment was, you need a lot more pictures in the grant application. You need pretty colored charts. You need just, sort of eye candy. And the last debrief I got is, why were there so many pictures? There's too many colors on the charts. We need things simple. This used way too much ink from my printer. So, some of the feedback that you're going to get is it changes over time. It changes by who's looking at it. So this is something that I do. It's one of the things that Raincoast Data does. And if I can't help you by doing your whole BCA for you, but feel free to ask me. I'm very happy to pass along any tips and advice and anything I can give. So I will leave my presentation at that, and we'll have questions later.
Hi again, everyone. Bravo for sticking with us. I think we've covered a lot. I'm not sure if audio's on or not. The service. Okay, so Katherine Simons, again, I work for the Maritime Administration, so a lot of similarities, but a couple key differences I did want to note. So I have 10 things that I'm going to cover super fast and hopefully stop talking. One is, I think, the thing that Meilani left us off with, which is the human element to all of this. These are real people on the other side scoring, and they have long days, and they have the most applications they've ever seen times a lot. So that's part of it. If you try and step out of, we ask them to step into your shoes and think about your projects. And I think you'd be well served to also try and imagine who on the other side is reading these applications, because it goes into the scoring, obviously. So for MARAD, they're all in Washington, D.C. I know Scott said some of his are out here. All of ours are in D.C. I feel confident in saying almost none of them have been to Alaska. They definitely don't know that Alaska calls them harbors and not ports. The Alaska 101, I would say, include it. I would also include the problem statement, spell it out for your community, for your region. I know that there's a balance between the pictures, as have been referenced, and the duration, but I think that the balance does exist, and I think the challenge is trying to find it. Treat the NOFO like a homework assignment. It's a checklist. That's what the reviewers are doing. They have a checklist. They're grading how well you've addressed every element of the NOFO. So it's a narrative document, right? Many, many dozens of pages. But on the reviewer side, they have a checklist that they're reviewing and scoring how well you answered every one of these elements. So you can deconstruct it. You take a highlighter, try and figure or hire an incredibly talented consultant that does this every minute of every day. And you can treat this like a school assignment and do it yourself. I would recommend setting up a meeting with the program office. So those are the folks in MARAD. If you're interested in the PIDP program or the Marine Highway program, you are able to request a meeting. I'd be happy to set it up. I would sit in and you can tell us more about your project and ask questions. And they will likely ask questions of you and pay attention to what they're asking. That's what the reviewers are going to want to know too. You can also request a meeting with MARAD leadership. That's highly encouraged and a lot of folks do it. So I want to make sure you know that that's available to you. These are folks who do have a hand in helping determine what projects are funded. So if you're coming to DC, add it to your list. If not, I understand, we're talking about a lot of investment. So I wouldn't necessarily say you should plan a trip to do it, but know that it's an option. Again, an email to me, I'd be happy to send you the forms. Congressional letters of support, I think that's asked and answered. In Alaska, everybody knows how important that is. The spec sheet for MARAD, for the maritime industry, it's incredibly important to show where you're going to get your supplies, where you're going to source them, because what we don't want to do is fund projects, have them get awarded, big celebration, and then they fall through because they can't be sourced domestically or the prices are way off. So that's a risk factor. So including the spec sheet upfront helps reduce those risk factors. By the way, that is one of the things that's scored. Tell the story. I think I've explained that. If anyone wants to chat more about that, I think a great example of that was shown on the screen earlier about that story. Link it into larger equity or climate change plans, whether they exist in the state or in your region or not. There are national plans that are also available. Reference them, incorporate them into your hiring practices. These are all things that are scored. Reduce risk, we talked about that. NOFO checklist. Webinars, I think I already said there are a series of them. If you don't have them, please reach out. I'd be happy to get them on your radar. Treat it like a problem statement. So introduce the problem, show how your project is going to solve the problem. Proofread. Make sure that, I think it was mentioned before, attachment A, make sure they match, right? I mean, proofread, get a friend. Mirror the language, that was also referenced, right? We know that about human communication, you mirror back to your audience. That's also a thing, I believe, in writing. So when you read the language, do a control find. How many times are words showing up in there? They love to see those same words in your application. Shocker, I know. That's the whole point. So you can hack these different NOFOs. And then include other funding commitments. I think, again, that goes to the risk factor. If you can show that you have the authority, you have the land, you have the partnerships, you have the funding, it will show that you can pull off this project. And what we don't want to do is fund projects that fall through. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I feel out of place on this panel with all these grants experts, but I did bring some visual aids with me because it helps me think, and I don't know that you can see it, I realize now, because you're maybe just at the wrong angle, or I'm at the wrong angle and you're at the right angle. My name is Nils Andreasson. I'm the executive director of the Alaska Municipal League, and if I had sat here, I did sit here a year ago, if I had sat here a year ago and tried to address your questions about grant writing, I would have had nothing to offer. Since that time, AML has, I think we've submitted $1.3 billion in total projects, requested $700 million and gotten more than $300 million. And it wasn't us, right? We wrote those applications. It was me spending 4 hours at a time on my 5-year-olds watching Paw Patrol, trying to sort out what the heck's going on in Prince William Sound and putting it, going through those same motions that were talked about here. But what was successful about all of those projects was the partnerships that we had in place. It wasn't AML that was doing anything differently necessarily. Or better than all of you or others in this room. I think a large part of it is, we were doers and we were strategic in thinking about the partnerships that needed to be in place. And I will commend the state of Alaska and the Alaska Department of Transportation for their contributions to thinking about being a doer during this last year. IJA, I mean, we have to think about IJA as a 5-year process, right? And a 5-year process that not everything's going to come in the first year. Not all of our applications have to come in the first year. But that's also true for the rest of the nation, right? We're competing against the rest of the nation. Not everybody is going to have the same combination of projects, of people to respond during this time. And Alaska responded to the opportunities that occurred during IJA and during that first year. So when there weren't any other projects out there, somebody submitted. And when we submitted too many, more than a priority list or 1 or 2 or whatever you're supposed to, we have to think about it in terms of that broader national context. Who else is submitting and able to stand up the same type of capacity that Alaska is during this time? And I think we have to think about it as Alaska. If Alaska DOT, as a statewide, and AML is statewide, AML is partnered with the Alaska Department of Transportation, works closely with our members, local governments. I would include Alaska tribal governments in the partnerships that that have been created. This last year has been all about doing, getting something in, establishing partnerships, building, right? That's what we're doing. And we've got more work to do. I wish this should be at a second level is where we had wanted to be this year. A level where we had a strategy and a process in place for pulling all kinds of projects together and sorting and evaluating and getting ready to be able to be more responsive this year than ever than this last year, that we would have a process at the local level and at the state level to really think about and drill down into readiness and competitiveness. And we're not there yet. This won't stay there because gravity is the deal. But we're not there yet because we haven't built all those processes, right? We are all, how many of you have a project that you would like funded this next year? Right? And how many of you are developing that project all by yourself? Right? It's your project, you're each competitors, right? We're all competitors in this room, and you're competing with South Coast and Northern Region and whoever else. Raise grants last year, 26 raise grants last year. So 26 applications from Alaska, 3 get funded, you're all competitors. What can we learn from each other to make our applications more competitive across the state and really competitive at the national level? I think that's the space that AML wants to be in. I don't want to be spending my Saturday mornings watching Paw Patrol and completing PIDP grants. Hands down, that's not the best use of me. It's not the best use of my kids' time. But I also know that there are political reasons we apply to things, right? That for our members, it's a city council or an assembly who said, this is the project, we want you to apply for it. This is the priority, find us funding. And you submit something or have to submit something. AML as an organization wants to make sure that you're able to do that. And we want you to be able to put your best foot forward. So this last year, yes, it's been about building a base and partnerships. It's been about building competencies. We haven't submitted $1.3 billion in applications before. A lot of those were just fun, right? And I don't know if grant writing is fun for you, but I get a kick out of it. Which maybe I do want to I do spend my weekends a little bit because I like grant writing. But I mean, it's a little bit fun. It's a little bit competency building. It's a lot capacity building. And ultimately, where we want to be out of that is having a network of consultants and contractors and partners and others who are supporting communities as they try to get more funding into for their projects. Keeping in mind that it's a 5-year process, right? We're building up. This last year, we were lucky in a lot of ways. This last year, we had Senator Lisa Murkowski and Rep. Peltola and elections, and we were a lot lucky in some ways, but we also submitted at the right time for the right things. So what I'd like to see, or what I would offer to you, is that AML will keep building its capacity, its competency, its capabilities. I think that's a Coast Guard term, the 3 C's for the Coast Guard. Over this next year, to be able to support local governments, to be able to support tribes, to bring tribes and local governments together in cooperation to be more competitive at the national level. To do that in pretty close partnership with the Alaska DOT, so that at the state level we can really make the most of these funds that can come into our communities. And I think what we'll need to do this year, which we'd hope to do these last 6 months, is to be more coordinated and ready with the projects that we want to advance this year and next year and the year after. So right now, when we get home from this conference, we're thinking, what are we submitting 2 years from now? What are we submitting in year 4 of IGEN? What are we submitting in year 5 when maybe there's money, maybe there's not, maybe everybody else has upped their game? And it's going to be really, really, really competitive. And how do we prepare for 4 years from now? And I would say for a lot of the grants that we've written, the quickest turnaround was 5 days. The most time we've had is a month. Usually it's like, we finally figured out our priority, and here's 2 weeks to get this done. I think that's the median. And I will tell our federal partners that it's all there. No, I'm just kidding. That we love them, and that Alaska on the other side of this will be successful, because not just are we resilient, not just do we have a different story to tell that meets the administration's priorities for equity and environmental justice and innovation, and all the other things that make Alaska special. We have a huge infrastructure gap and need, that those 2 things, that together in partnership with local and state and federal, we can make a difference here in Alaska. And I think that's what I'd like to build over these next few years. I think we're headed in the right direction. I can't tell you what makes your grant successful or not, but I think together we can make each other more successful. Thank you. And it didn't fall down, so that was a lot. Okay. I thought about that.
Who wants to go first? Who would like to go second?
So I was interested in Nils' comments about the fact that it's like the most time you have is usually a month, and you're going in and saving the day. But Aurah, I know that you mentioned that you actually spend a lot longer on grants, and I was just wondering what that time differential was.
Sure, so it depends whether you're working with a BCA or not, right? And then it also depends on how much data and information is already available on a grant application. So I would say, 5 days of 100% of your hours on a grant might be the same for us as spending 3 weeks on a grant. So it might not be a difference in hours. Yeah, but certainly the more a project sponsor has their project developed and has developed the data to support telling the story about it, either from an economic perspective or from a narrative perspective, the faster the application process is going to go.
And you were saying you get your project like a year out.
Well, so we like that quite a lot. We have multi-year clients, and we have on calls for 12 DOTs, I think, right now, for example, across the country. And so when you're looking at a multi-year program, then you can start to say in 2025, we're going to apply for PIDP and do this. And you don't have that crisis moment where you're like, oh my God, it's due in a month. What am I going to do, right? Like you've already built, you've got your engineering products, everything's already built. Not the project, but your information is built up. So that's the advantage of the pre-positioning conversation we had at lunchtime today. That said, and we'll talk about funding projections a little bit later, but the NOFOs are not changing radically. They're being tweaked, but they're not huge changes. And so there's absolutely no reason why you couldn't be looking ahead and figuring out what you want to be doing.
I think that timing question is huge, right? We would love months to do that right? I think as Alaska, I mean, for local governments, every local government has a CIP list. You probably know what your priorities are. You know what the 38 different federal programs are. Adam's told you what the state programs are going to be. So it's really critical right now at the local level to have those conversations about, for this year, where are we aiming? What are we aiming at? How do we fit that CIP need into a federal opportunity? If you have questions about closing, like what's right for what, I think what this partnership between AML and DOT is really all about. How can we help you identify and figure out which federal grant opportunity is going to be a right fit? How do we plug that project into the intake form that's available and get that vetted and ready ahead of time? But the sooner that you can be ready, the sooner that Aurah and others can work magic on grants that you've given them the time, the data, the research, all the other things that are necessary to have a more complete and competitive project.
I also want to acknowledge what has likely triggered for a lot of folks, which is that there are incredibly sophisticated resources out there that if you decide to go that path, they're available and other folks are using them around the country. So it sort of, sets the bar. You know what's happening if you have the resources to pursue, or many other great resources here in Alaska. I think that's incredible. That was an aside. My main point is that a lot of folks are not winning on their first try. It has been alluded to that there are debriefs. Of course, MARAD also offers those debriefs. And the point there, hopefully this is clear. If not, I'll spell it out. You apply, you take the feedback, you build it into your next year, you get stronger. And assuming that you're going to win on the first try, the data doesn't support that. I think that's clear. So don't give up. Keep trying. Come back stronger, and where possible, share your insights with your colleagues, with your neighbors, with your organizations, because I think we all share the goal of wanting to bring more federal dollars to Alaska. So
I think from a timing perspective, I also want to add that, I guess I don't see communities being in competition with each other. More so, communities are in competition with themselves. Can you get it done to a quality level that's going to get you through the evaluation process and come out, with a good score at the end? And I'm not seeing, multiple applications from multiple communities for the same program that are doing that. So I think it's really like it's from a timing perspective, to not worry about what somebody else is doing, right? Like put the time in that it takes for you to do your best foot forward.
Or is that, they're not asking questions, they just want to get out of here. So 70%, but it's not the application you're talking about, right? Like 70% of that is the project. Work on the project, get the project ready to get to the application. Is that what you're talking about, is get that project and the application, or how would you split your time or is it all the same?
Yeah, it's all the same because
Yeah.
you're wrapping it in together. So I would say, there's some components where you're looking at adjusting your project scope, schedule, and budget so that you're fitting the grant opportunity. You're also looking at how you are describing your benefits and the problem. And that's, included in your narrative, but it's also part of the data that you're gathering. I think, why are projects not winning? I think it could be any number of those elements. We do know that the ones that are getting funded have certain commonalities, very data rich, clear, compelling need and statement of need, and then good supporting evidence included in the writing. And frankly, good graphics. There are a number of applications and good organization, the number of applications where all the information is there, it's just not put in the right section. And it can't be scored if it's not in the right section, right? Or the appendix, the table of contents has the page numbers wrong, and it's like, oh my, I don't have time to deal with this. I can't figure out what page is what.
Right.
So, and I think we're seeing now one grant program, Raise 2023, that has asked for each merit criteria to be submitted in a separate document. I mean, there's some indication that the scoring processes, the reviews processes are going to be changing internally, not just for Raise, but also other programs, where it's possible that all merit criteria 1 will be farmed out to a team of 3 people, right? All merit criteria 2, and that so it's really critical to make sure that your information is organized. So when you talk about, like, is it losing because of this or because of that, it's kind of all the above. Project development, working with engineers, project development experts, is essential for the eligibility and the criteria, but then the presentation of that has to be good as well.
I had a question for Scott and Katherine. Just, I imagine, so equity has come up a few times. I imagine you're both treating Justice 40 and equity the same way in terms of how the metrics you use to evaluate that, or how does that look between agencies?
So specifically for this program, I personally was not involved in that discussion, but generally what we're looking for is, because equity, what does that even mean, right? It could mean a whole lot of things.
Struggled with it for a year.
Exactly. We want to have some level of analysis of that, of what the community demographics are, what the needs of the community are, what's lacking in the community. How can this program affect what is lacking there? A lot of the times, I'm just going to say job access might be one thing that we're trying to connect, particularly while we have a need for workers in this country right now. I don't really have a great answer for that, other than how would you define it? Is kind of like, I'd put that back on the reviewer of, this is important to us in our community. This is a problem in our community. And here's how we're going to use this program to solve it.
Yeah, similar feedback. One is that equity and Justice 40 are separate metrics. Okay. At least in the MERAD debrief, that was made clear to me. I would say that it has very much been a you tell us. It's new, so that's the government saying, we think this is really important, but we don't want to prescribe / we don't know how to prescribe. It could be different, and it is different in different communities. So this is a homework project. This is a creativity assignment. And so it could be in the future that those are more prescribed as the programs learn more or start to identify trends or things that they like, things that they don't like. I mentioned before, for the equity piece, there are examples out there. You can go shopping on Google. I mean that in the most loose term. You can look on the internet for different types of federal plans or state plans that exist and reference them and incorporate. You can go do an academic research project if you like, or see what the administration is working on and see how you can incorporate those. I mentioned earlier in your hiring practices, we've talked about job training, or in your schools, recruiting, retention, different opportunities. Sky's the limit. You get to be creative here. I know that's a blessing and a curse in some ways, but to be determined in the future.
Yeah. We've got a question in the audience. Sorry, John. You need a microphone so you can take this.
More of an maybe a state. As folks, from the state's perspective, equity is still very nebulous nationwide. So even we're kind of struggling with how to define it. There's different metrics out there. Access to opportunities, or the A2O metric, is one thing that we're looking at. But the one thing I would have you think about is this idea that equity in Alaska is going to mean a lot of different things than it does in the lower 48. Having kids take an airplane to get across the river to get to school every day in Naknek is equity to them. You know, access to healthcare facilities or to basic necessities is equity. So, you know, we're at the outset of trying to start to make an equity plan that starts to address some of these and help define, because equity in Alaska is not going to be the same as it is everywhere else.
This is not related to the equity piece, but this is related to resilience. This was also a fairly open-ended question in last year's NOFO for the PIDP. And so in the debriefs, we talked a lot about this. People are like, well, what did you want to hear? And what the reviewer said, well, we don't have a specific list, but here's some of the things we've seen and we liked. And so I can tell you that some of those things were, well, specifically it was human-caused disasters. So think, and then climate change. So it was resilience to human and climate risks, essentially. And it's a creativity assignment, but they did like all sorts of things that spoke to that.
And since we're talking about resilience, is this the one that works?
This one works.
I was talking to all of them. So just a reminder, this is a good time to bring in the other thing I do for Southeast Conference, which is put together the Southeast Alaska Economic Plan. And so, you know, as you're building out your applications, we built that plan so pretty much every economic opportunity in Southeast Alaska is referenced in that plan in some way, and there's a whole section on resilience. And so it is really easy. We've tried to make it really easy to bring in the Southeast Alaska Economic Plan, the SEDS is the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, into your application. It's meant for you to just to cut and paste. I also did the layout for the state SEDS, so to make that very easy for you to also bring in and cut and paste. So we're bringing these economic plans because that will help you. The language is already there. It's written for Southeast, for Alaska, and it'll help with some of these resilience and innovation and equity assignments.
Yeah, a lot. Should we just pass the mic? Okay, I'll do it. Okay, along those lines, I want to recommend that if you don't have a climate action plan for your community, that you develop one, and you can work with DMVA to do that. There are varying levels of criteria of what should be included in a climate action plan, but if you have general strategies outlined for your community and then specific projects included in that, that's gold for supporting your applications. They're fairly easy to put together. So if you haven't done it, it's worth it because those resiliency factors cross all kinds of application across all kinds of grant opportunity and programs.
Hey Nils, I have a question for you. If I just got an email from Carol telling me that
whatever she said,
I have a project that you'll help with, who's on my team and how much resources do we have like to pull a raise grant together by the end of this month?
Yeah, no problem. We are doers. So I think. And also I did a terrible sell job earlier, right? Like, I don't know anything about this, but also trust us, we'll help you. We have a team now who can help you. So, I mean, you do have let me back up. I think James referenced the hub that's out there. You can do an intake form. A ton of projects, 182 projects were submitted through there. That maybe one of those was yours. So we evaluated those and came out with a short list and reached out to those communities and said, we think yours is very competitive for raise. So that's probably the background for everybody on that. And then what we're able to do is apply all your staff resources. We can bring in somebody to do the BCA if you don't have that yet, and whatever other kinds of contracted support you might need, depending on how ready your project is. So you have a team behind you. and we would liaise with DOT planners as well to bring in their expertise, engineers, etc. So it's I guess that's fairly comprehensive, but it's also kind of emblematic of that relationship between AML and DOT.
Okay, so we talked about resourcing a bit during lunch today as well. And, I think it is important to ask specifically who's on the team because the subject matter expertise changes really dramatically according to the grant you're applying for. I gave the example of a culvert AOP. But for a raised grant, the subject matter expertise for dealing with pedestrian and safety planning is very different than like a highway extension planning, right? And for PIDP, you've got marine structural engineers that you might be working with. You want to make sure that the subject matter expertise and the project development expertise is getting plugged in because that's the difference can be the difference between a winning application and not. The people who are reviewing the applications have that subject matter expertise.
Sure.
Okay, I just wanted to add a few funding notes that might be useful for your thinking. So it's a 5-year bill. We're in year 2, and you should be readying your pitch on grants for years 3 through 5. Implementation of year 5 grants could go into year 8. And there have been robust appropriations for the funding, both in the Infrastructure and Jobs Act itself, but then in appropriations in the 2021 authorization. 2021 authorization of that, and then annual appropriations in 2022 and 2023. And so, funding levels could continue to be even higher in future years, potentially. The amount available in any one cycle is going to depend on the no-for and award timing. So you have, there's some strategy things for you to think about there. There's half as much allocated in 2022 for major grant programs as there was entirely from 2009 to 2021. So there's a lot of money to be working with there. A good portion of that for some of the projects went to very large grants. So that means that then there's even more competitive for some of the smaller grants. So you've got to make sure your game is up on that. And then there are other bills happening that have aligned funding pathways like the Inflation Reduction Act. And then don't forget formula funding, right? We're talking about discretionary grants, but the same programs have a lot of formula funding, and sometimes those pathways are easier to access. So that's it.
Final panel comments, if any? Okay, again, let's have a big round of applause for this excellent group. That concludes the Transportation Symposium. I want to thank you all for participating and sticking with us through the end of the day. It's been a great 3 days of information-rich presentations, and I will look forward to seeing all of you in Sitka in September for the annual meeting. All right, thanks again. Bye-bye.
Okay, we have flowers, we have chocolate, we have chips, and we have drinks. Please take one or all